Honourable members, prayers. Very well, before prayers.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to make this announcement to honourable members? All members, this is to kindly inform you of the unavoidable absence of Right Honourable Speaker and to indicate that in accordance with Standing Order 12.2, in the absence of Speaker, the Honourable First Deputy Speaker will take the chair and handle all matters relating to proceedings of the House until Right Honourable Speaker resumes the chair. I thank you.
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look the favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's turn to page 2 of today's order paper. Item number 6. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honourable members, I have in my hand the vote and proceedings of Friday, 25th July 2025 for correction. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. Yes, Honourable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, very respectfully, page 10, C. The standard rendition of the Ministry for Tourism, as we currently have, is a Ministry for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. As is captured here, I think it needs to be corrected. That's 10C.
Table of Office, take note. Honourable member, you are right. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take you to page 13. Mr. Speaker, page 13 under 14, motion. I remember on the day, the motion that was moved by Honorable Patrick Yaubuama was seconded by Honorable John Daku, not Honorable Kwabena Oche Daku Mensa. So if table office can check those again, because consequentially, when you come to page 14, you have Honorable Oche Daku Mensa seconding all the motions ably moved by Honorable Yabuama, which rather was Honorable John Daku, Member of Parliament for Swami. So if table office could take notice of the correct member who seconded them from pages 13 and 14. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, table office, take note of the actual person who seconded these motions. Page 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 'Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of 25th July, as corrected, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we also have official reports of Friday, 18th July 2025 for corrections. Honourable members, the floor is now open for correction of the official reports. Yes, Honourable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, just some minor yet significant corrections. First one, column 12. Speaker, line 6. I think the business statement as delivered by the majority leader, the edition that ended on 25th July was supposed to be the 9th edition. And so on line 6, if it's written, if the clerk at table could delete 8 and insert 9, it was rather the 9th edition that ended on 25th July, which was last week, Friday, not the 8th edition.
Very office. Very good. Table office, take note.
Then again, Speaker, column 41W. I think the proper rendition of the institution is Architectural and Engineering Services Limited. Over here is service. So if we could delete the singular and insert the plural. Yet again, let me kindly walk you to X. It's supposed to be state interests and governance authority. So if they could add S to interest. Then the last one, Speaker, column 55, P. The annual statement by the audit committee of the Akim North. Per my checks, there's no municipality called Akim North. So I don't know if it's Asante Akim North. So the clerk at table could take note and then do the proper insertion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Table office, take note of all the corrections proposed by the member. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for those observations. Any other corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any other corrections, the official report of Friday, 18th July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I am to vary the order of business for us to take the item 8 at commencement of public business. Presentation of papers. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Honorable Transport Minister is almost in the House, but since he's not with us, I'll plead with you to allow the Road Minister to lay the paper on his behalf. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the application to me is to allow the Road Minister to lay the papers for the Minister responsible for transport, who is on his way.
We don't have any difficulty if it is the Road Minister, except that you can't say the Transport Minister is almost here. You know it's not true. If you make your application for the Road Minister to do it, let him do it. And we are debating media budget today, and your ministers are not here, and you are rather making an application. Look at your back. Out of your 184 MPs, you have about 15 sitting there. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a problem. The Road Minister can lay the papers.
Very well. Thank you very much. Item numbered 8A. Honourable members, let's take the 8A, I, and I together. Yeah, Minister for Roads and Highways.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Road Safety Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Shippers Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Maritime Authority for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statement numbered item 8 at page 2 of the order paper are all duly presented, and they are referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and reports. Yes, item numbered 8B. And honourable members, let's take all of them together.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister is out of the jurisdiction, so I'll plead with you to allow the Road Minister to lay the papers on his behalf. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the College of Community Health Nursing, WINIBA, for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ilokrobo Municipal Health Directorate for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ilokrobo District Hospital for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Somenya Polyclinic for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Health Facilities Regulatory Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Medical and Dental Council for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Cardiothoracic Center for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the College of Nursing and Midwifery, Nalerigu, for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statements numbered item 8B 1 to 8 are duly presented and they are referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8C.
Mr. Speaker, the Transport Minister has just joined us. For the information of the House, because I told the House that he will soon be with us, and my colleague was trying to say I was not telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, since the Transport Minister is with us, I'll plead with you for him to lay the paper for and on behalf of the Interior Minister. That's 8C.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have no difficulty.
Item numbered 8C, Minister responsible for transport.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Identification Authority for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented and it is referred to the committee responsible for public administration and state interest for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8D.
Mr. Speaker, going by the established protocol, I'll plead with you to allow the Transport Minister to lay the paper for Western Housing Ministry. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Transport. Item numbered 8D.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8E.
Mr. Speaker, I plead with you for the Transport Minister to lead the last paper. On
yes,
behalf of
Honourable Minister for Transport.
Annual report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989 for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Information and Communications for consideration and reports. Honourable members, item numbered F. Honour members, yes?
Mr. Speaker, I think if it is the deputy whip by standing order 217, you can lay it.
Very well.
Sixteenth report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as deputy ministers.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, as agreed in the morning, we'll go back to statements.
Very well. Item number 7. Statements. Honourable members, we have admitted a commemorative statement standing in the name of Honourable Osahi Alexander Kwamina Apanyu Maki. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to make the statement in accordance with the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, World Hepatitis Day is celebrated every year on 28th of July, the birthday of Nobel Peace Prize winner Baruch Samuel Lumba, who uncovered the hepatitis B virus and created the first vaccination. Hepatitis B is the inflammation of the liver, which is caused by a number of factors, including autoimmune conditions, alcohol abuse, and viral infections. Hepatitis B, hepatitis, let's break it down, is a theme for the year 2025, and it's a call to seek urgent action in order to get rid of systemic, financial, and social barriers, including the stigma of hepatitis, which restricts access to prevention, testing, and the treatment of hepatitis B or C. It is estimated that 304 million people live with hepatitis around the world, and out of this number, 1.3 million people die each year due to liver cancer or cirrhosis. Mr. Speaker, hepatitis is a major public health threat in Ghana, and approximately 4 million Ghanaians live with hepatitis and are not even aware of it due to the lack of healthcare facilities in rural areas especially. In some regions, the prevalence of hepatitis C is much higher due to customs like sacrifices which may aid in the spread of the disease. Initially, Mr. Speaker, the viral hepatitis is usually silent. People may feel healthy while accidentally carrying and spreading the virus. They may only experience some symptoms like fatigue and jaundice after there has been a progression of the liver damage. Hepatitis B and C are the main causes of carcinoma in Ghana because chronic infection can result in a lifelong liver damage, cirrhosis, and ultimately liver cancer. People are discouraged from seeking testing or care because of stigma, false information, and myth, such as the belief that hepatitis is solely caused by alcohol consumption or contaminated food. This keeps the cycle of delayed diagnosis and concealed transmission going. Public ignorance, limited access to low-cost diagnosis and treatment, and uneven health care quality across regions, particularly in impoverished regions of our country, have all contributed to the situation in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, from the theme of this year, let's break it down. It's clear that we must confront this. We must break down the walls of ignorance, stigma, inaccessibility, and above all, costs, which continue to deny many citizens the opportunity to access proper diagnosis, care, and treatment. Health equity, Mr. Speaker, is not a luxury. It is a necessity. The Efutu experience, a community that has moved into action. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, the realities of hepatitis B are not distant. We have witnessed heartbreaking stories. Mothers unable to afford immunoglobulin to protect their newborns, and promising young people succumbing to liver failure, dying far too early. As a member of parliament, I could not sit back and watch this trend continue. In 2023, I commissioned a constituency-wide health survey on hepatitis B, conducted in partnership with medical professionals. The findings were deeply alarming, revealing elevated prevalence rates, particularly among youth and pregnant women. It became clear to me that the cost of inaction was far too high. In response to this crisis, we launched the HepaGuard project, which has now become institutionalized as the Afenyo-Markin Care Foundation. I personally supported this initiative with an initial commitment of 1 million Ghana cedis to facilitate screening and vaccination of the people of Efutu through this project. Mr. Speaker, this Afenyo-Markin Care started in 2023. Over 20,000 individuals have been screened and vaccinated in the Efutu constituency. Hundreds of individuals have been initiated on treatment. Dozens of newborns have received free hepatitis B immunoglobulin to prevent mother-to-child transmission. And Mr. Speaker, to consolidate these efforts, construction is currently underway for a dedicated hepatitis B and liver care center in Efutu, the first of its kind in the region. Further, every 27th of May, which also marks my birthday, has been designated as Hepatitis B Awareness Day in Efutu. Mr. Speaker, while community efforts like these are commendable, they are not substitute for national policy action. More needs to be done. The broader national picture. 1. Hepatitis B continues to be a silent epidemic in Ghana. According to the WHO, 254 million people live with chronic hepatitis B globally, claiming over 1.1 million lives in 2022, largely from liver cancer, as already stated. Sub-Saharan Africa carries a disproportionate burden. Over 91 million people in the region are infected, and in 2019 alone, 125,000 deaths were recorded from hepatitis B and C. Worse still, 90% of those infected do not know their status, and someone dies every 30 seconds from hepatitis B hepatitis-related complications. These are not just statistics. They are an urgent call to action. Mr. Speaker, here in Ghana, the statistics are no less sobering. According to the Ghana Health Service and WHO estimates, Ghana has an estimated prevalence rate of 12% for hepatitis B, with even higher rates recorded in some rural districts. It is further estimated that between 3 to 4.6 million Ghanaians live with chronic hepatitis B, often unaware of their status, as already stated supra. Worse still, up to 147 million newborns are exposed to the virus through mother-to-child transmission. The leading cause of intergenerational hepatitis B is spread in Ghana. Infected mothers with high-level loads have a 90% chance of passing the virus to their babies, many of whom go on to develop chronic hepatitis, irreversible liver damage, or liver cancer. The burden, Mr. Speaker, falls the heaviest on the vulnerable, pregnant women in rural communities, babies born into poverty, and families who are unable to afford viral load tests, liver function tests, or life-saving birth dose vaccines like HBIG. Today, many pregnant women are still not routinely tested for hepatitis B. Those who test positive are not supported with antiviral treatment to suppress the virus. Newborns cannot access hepatitis B, HBIG, or birth dose vaccines. These essential interventions remain unavailable or unaffordable as they are not covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme. This is an unacceptable gap, and this, Mr. Speaker, is what we must break down. Yes, Ghana has made some important strides. One, we have attained over 90% infant immunization coverage for hepatitis B. We have introduced free hepatitis C treatment. We have made antenatal hepatitis B testing mandatory. And we have developed a national viral hepatitis B control program framework. But framework and pilot interventions alone are not enough. Glaring gaps remain. As I speak, Ghana is yet to introduce the hepatitis B birth dose vaccine or make hepatitis B HBIG freely available or subsidized. The result is that the poor are left behind and the virus continued its silent destruction. Too many Ghanaians are still dying from the hepatitis B, not because treatment does not exist, but because it remains financially out of reach. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that the time for national action is now. While community-based interventions are essential, they are not sustainable without a national backing. The financial burden of hepatitis B treatment remains a heavy load, particularly on low-income Ghanaians. Antiviral medications cost between 300 to 600 Ghana cedi per month, with full treatment costs running into the thousands. Over time, this becomes an impossible burden for most households. So most patients go untreated, not by choice, but by circumstances. I reiterate a call I first made on this floor in 2023. Let us include hepatitis B treatment under NHIS coverage. We have done it for certain chronic conditions. We can and must do it for hepatitis B. Let us also expand free community screening and antenatal testing, fund birth dose vaccine roll out and subsidize hepatitis B, HBIG, launch a national hepatitis B awareness campaign to fight stigma and misinformation, equip every regional hospital with dedicated liver care services. Mr. Speaker, I conclude. Let's break it down together. Mr. Speaker, the year's theme, let's break it down, is both bold invitation and a national mandate. Indeed, let's break the cost barrier through comprehensive NHI support. Let us break the stigma barrier through national education. Let us break the access barrier through targeted rural investment. Let us break the silence barrier through evidence-led, budget-backed policy. And on this, I call on this House, the Ministry of Health, the NHIA, and all health sector stakeholders, not to just recognize this day, but to take historic steps towards transforming hepatitis B care in Ghana. Let us protect Ghana as a leader on the African continent in the fight against viral hepatitis. Let us ensure that no child is born with this disease simply because their mother was poor, and no adult dies silently for lack of affordable care. Let us break it down. Together, let's break it down for good. And Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to thank you for admitting this statement and also thank colleagues for indulging me. I'm grateful and I hereby resume my seat.
Thank you very much for making that important statement. Honourable members, I'll open the floor for comment. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honourable Minority Leader. Let me commend Minority Leader for bringing this important matter before the House and commend the interventions he's making in Efutu to deal with hepatitis. Today marks the day for hepatitis, and then he's made very great interventions in his constituency. We are learning from what he has done. Unfortunately, we are not that resourceful as he is, so that we can put such interventions in place. But as I speak to you now, in the Nadoli Kaleo constituency today, we are doing screening and for hepatitis B and C. It happened last year. We covered 6 communities. Today, again, together with the Liver Foundation, and then tomorrow and the day after, these interventions will be taking place. The challenge is that while we pay some attention to some chronic conditions, the issue of hepatitis has been left to the back burner. To cite an example, we are particularly interested in preventing mothers who are HIV positive from transmitting the virus to their children under the Prevention of Mother-to-Child Transmission, that program. Similarly, children can pick hepatitis from their parents. Yet, at delivery, the same level of effort is not put in to prevent the mothers from transmitting hepatitis to their children. So, it becomes a chronic thing in a particular family that all the children coming out of the family will turn hepatitis positive. Unfortunately, the interventions are quite expensive, and left at the individual level, most people cannot. I think the call by the Minority Leader is something we should pay attention to. We should have some level of national attention on hepatitis, particularly in the rural areas. Take my constituency, for example. Cultural practices, the way we treat crops, we share calabashes, communal eating, and other forms makes the disease very prevalent. The results of the last test, 3 days of test that was done in the constituency, was quite worrying. And that's why this year again, we are in the constituency doing the same. Similar thing is happening in DBI and across the region. But we don't have a coordinated national effort. I want to commend Liver Foundation today because they have also put in some intervention in my constituency to the extent of setting up a clinic that will be dedicated to dealing with hepatitis. But these are individual activities and interventions that are not coordinated. And if you want to take the fight against hepatitis, look, over 4.6 million Ghanaians have hepatitis. Had it been some other condition, probably it would have been making the news. Secondly, recently when we were talking about chronic diseases in the Medical Trust Fund, unfortunately they alluded all of us that hepatitis has chronic levels where treatment are expensive and should be considered under the scheme. And also, the National Health Insurance has not made provisions for such treatments. So it is a clarion call. While I commend the majority leader for what he's doing so far, I think that what he's doing should be rolled up at a national level so that people who have these conditions or are at risk of these conditions can get some help nationally to deal with the condition. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Matthew Nyindam.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the statement made by the minority leader, and to also thank him for making such a statement, Mr. Speaker, and to also commend him for the amount of money he has put into his constituency to educate and to treat hepatitis B or C. Mr. Speaker, just like he said, 1 million Ghana cedis. It's unfortunate most of us will not have that capacity to establish such a foundation in our constituencies. But Mr. Speaker, if you monitor hepatitis B, it's gradually becoming a household disease. It's gradually becoming a household disease. And we must all confront it head on. And it's not out of place when he's calling on us to have a state policy on this particular chronic disease. The consequences, Mr. Speaker, are so huge. If you want to measure the deaths, the amount of the total number of persons that this particular hepatitis B or C has taken away, Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you. I therefore want to add my voice and to let Mr. Speaker, by the end of this statement, get the Minister for Health to look at how best, Mr. Speaker, we can finance this particular disease. Mr. Speaker, the most important thing that the statement actually highlighted has to do with even the testing and the viral load. If you go to the hospitals and they want to charge you, Mr. Speaker, you will not pay less than 2,000. And parents of, unfortunately, pregnant mothers, sometimes when they get to the hospitals and then they are diagnosed and they have to assist the unborn child, Mr. Speaker, you won't pay less than 1,000 Ghana cedis. How many of our rural folks can afford? And like my colleague from the other side said, if you look at the way it's pressed and how we live in our communities, we virtually eat together, we drink together, and even during our funerals, the way we adore and the way we hold the corpse, it makes it so easier for it to be transmitted. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to take a very keen interest in this particular statement. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, let's have a way out. Let's have a way out. Else one day, if you take 10 people, 8 will be having hepatitis, which, Mr. Speaker, is avoidable. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this particular statement.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honourable Joseph Kwame Kuma, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have a bite on this statement ably made by our minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm scared. I'm scared for the fact that if you go to paragraph 9 and 10, which I want to quote for re-emphasizing what has been indicated, the broader national picture. Mr. Speaker, hepatitis B continues to be a silent epidemic in Ghana according to the World Health Organization. 254 million people. Mr. Speaker, and when we get to the 10, that over 91 million people in the region are infected. And that is 2019 alone. Mr. Speaker, prevention, we say, is better than cure. The earlier, the better. We have nothing more to say than to quickly refer this issue to the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker, for them to quickly let the Health Minister, let Public Health Authority engage in public advocacy so that we save our people. For lack of knowledge, our people perish. So if these figures are being turned out, and speaker upon speaker is buttressing it, should we wait for our people to finish? A lot of these people, our people in the rural areas are farmers. A lot of our people, Mr. Speaker, when we go on recess, we have to do thank you tours. You get to some communities and the chop bag there, 1 cup, is what we all share. And we are to share because you are with them. We are all involved, Mr. Speaker. If we don't wake up to this call and treat it as a national security issue or a disaster, we are finishing. We are poor already. And so if the able-bodied people who are our farmers are to have this disease, then where are we? Our children are in schools, boarding houses. It's not easy. Mr. Speaker, please, I plead with you, make an urgent referral of this issue so that we save ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important statement that, as a nation, we must take it serious. If you look at the socioeconomic impact of hepatitis B on the individual, the society, and then the country as a whole, it calls for urgent attention. Mr. Speaker, as the maker of the statement said, we have viral hepatitis and non-viral hepatitis. With the viral hepatitis, we have A, B, C, D, D and E. A, B, C, D, and E. And then non-viral hepatitis, these are drug-induced hepatitis, alcohol-induced hepatitis, and then we can have autoimmune hepatitis. Right, Honourable Speaker, the problem with hepatitis B and C is that it spreads faster than even HIV, especially the hepatitis B. It spreads faster than HIV. As we are talking about hepatitis B and C, it is important that we get to know the causes of this hepatitis. It spreads basically just like HIV through blood-borne articles, having sex, unprotected sex actually, deep kisses if you have some sores in your mouth and other things. Honourable Speaker, sharing articles, especially the razor, contaminated one, brushes, and all those things. These things basically are a problem in our rural settings, where affording some small amount to go and test to know your status is a big problem. Sometimes, through the maternal care, they're able to detect it. But the money to buy the hepatitis B immunoglobulin to prevent mother-to-child transmission is a big issue. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Ministry of Health to include the hepatitis B immunoglobulin in the NHIS so that when they are detected that they are positive during pregnancy, they can easily have access to it. And this thing is given right after birth. After 72 hours, if you give it, it doesn't serve its purpose. Because by that time, the virus might have crossed into the breast milk. And any child who takes or sucks the breast will get it. I thank you for this very important opportunity. But yes, those who are infected, they have already said everything. The medical care is the problem. One will go, they tell you, go and do the viral load. You cannot go. You go once, because every year you have to do the viral load, so that they will be able to quantify the amount of the virus in your system and give you antivirus. But the problem is the low settings. Are we able to afford these things? It's a big issue. And Honorable Speaker, some of us have done the screening. And if you see the number of people who you did not even expect to have this kind of virus, is so appalling. Just like the minority leader stated, I have made it a policy to also do the screening as I started every year, so that those that will detect will be able to, manage them. But another thing is vaccination. Getting access to the hepatitis B vaccination is another thing. It's costly because you have to take it 3 times if you are not infected. But the people cannot afford these things. Right, Honorable Speaker, seriously, we must include hepatitis B treatment and screening so that in Mahama care, so that it will make it easy for the people to access. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Grace Dankwa, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Speaker, sorry. And thank you. I would like to thank the maker of this statement. Hepatitis B is actually a very important public health concern in Ghana. Currently, we have about 4.6 million people in Ghana with hepatitis B, and that makes 10.4% of the population. It causes about 14,000 deaths every year. And hepatitis B and C basically are the ones that are infectious. They lead to liver diseases such as liver cirrhosis, where the liver is filled with fat and the liver is not functioning, and eventually to liver cancer. And it is the #1 cause of liver cancer in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, hepatitis B is a sexually transmitted disease. Hepatitis B is spread by blood and bodily fluids. The solution to solving the hepatitis B problem is a public health education. The people who are promiscuous need to be educated. Most people who have hepatitis, especially the chronic type, they don't even know they have it. And a lot of people, the prevalence and the incidence in Ghana is very high. But luckily, Mr. Speaker, it was one of the problems that we had discussed in the NDC manifesto. And the solution to solving the hepatitis B problem would be the free primary health care. Currently, children are getting the hepatitis B vaccine in the pentavalent vaccines. So they get it at 6 months, 10 months, and 6 weeks, 14 weeks, 10 weeks, and 14 weeks. Currently, once the free primary health care program is rolled out, we will be given the birth dose in the beginning of 2026. So the NDC government, under the visionary leader of John Dramani Mahama, is working on the problem. The problem has been identified. He's working on the problem.
Honourable members, let's have some order.
The problem has been identified. We are on course. We are working on bringing the birth dose vaccine, which is for the children that are immediately born. The infants, the newborns, will be receiving a dose in the beginning of 2026. Once the free primary health care program kicks in, we will do national surveillance. We will add the hepatitis B vaccine for adults. We will continue public education, and those who are found to have hepatitis B will be included in the free primary health care package. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable leaders, honorable members, based on very well, Sir Honorable Jerry Shai.
Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to also thank the maker of this statement, Osahin, Alexander Afenyo Kwame Lamarkin. Speaker, this statement comes at the right time. And for me, we need to consider what is more important at this stage, which is the preventive care. Growing up, I've always heard people say that prevention is always better than cure. And that is why, for me, this statement is profound. And Speaker, I would just make reference to the Efutu experience, where the maker of this statement personally had to support the initiative with an initial amount of 1 million cedis. Speaker, obviously, most of us here may not have the resources to do that, but we should also be encouraged that to which we can pay little by little and get to that level. Speaker, over 20,000 individuals have benefited from this screening through vaccination, especially in the Efutu constituency. Speaker, then where you have the maker of this statement, who has also conceded to consolidate these efforts by constructing a hepatitis and liver care center in Efutu. Speaker, for me, I think that this is worth commending. I am looking at the preventive side, which is, for me, I've abbreviated into SICA. That is the stigma. That is the inaccessibility. That is the cost. And that is the ignorance. Speaker, if we are looking at the stigma, what we need to do is to consider a more comprehensive education on hepatitis. And I don't think that is just a matter of promiscuity. It also boils down to knowing what you are to do and what you are not to do, including vaccination. And Speaker, if we are able to take this up and let people understand that the fact that you have hepatitis should not be a reason for you to seek proper cure and care, then we are moving somewhere. Speaker, the issue of inaccessibility. There are a lot of people out there, they may never have heard of hepatitis. They do not know how to even reach out and how to get the necessary cure and vaccination. Speaker, if we are able to take this up I am sure we can get somewhere. Speaker, then the issue of cost. What are we doing with the cost, the expenses involved? Are we in a position to get the submission made by the maker of this statement that government through the National Health Insurance should now respectfully consider taking the cost, bearing the cost for people who are unable to take care of this? Speaker, if we are able to do so, a lot of Ghanaian lives, especially the young, the babies, will be saved. Speaker, I think that there is the need for us to focus on what the current situation is. My colleague just said you have about 4.6 million people who are suffering from hepatitis. How can we stop hepatitis? How can we break it down? Let us all come together, irrespective of where we stand or we sit, whichever party color we follow. Let us appreciate that hepatitis should be the thing of the past. Let us help in preventing hepatitis. Let's start now. Start from your homes. Start from educating your children. Start with educating your children. Start with educating people who are nearer to you. Let them understand that hepatitis can also kill. It can affect your liver. It can take lives as much as possible. Speaker, with that, I am sure we can move forward as a nation and have a lesser number of people suffering from hepatitis. And at most, have it removed from this society called Ghana. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The statement made by the minority leader is a very important one. I would therefore direct that the statement be transmitted to the minister responsible for health. But at conclave, we agree it's going to be 3-3. Is that not what we agreed upon?
Plus leadership 1-1.
Including the leadership here is 3.
We have the last slot.
I'm saying that including the leadership here is 3, but I have taken 3 here. Honourable members, the statement by the minority leader is a very important one. I would therefore direct that the statement be transmitted to the minister responsible for health for very urgent actions. In fact, the numbers are very scary. I also urge every Ghanaian to adopt a very good health practices so that we can avoid the complication from some of these diseases. So, clerk at table accordingly direct you to transmit the statement to the minister responsible for health. His intervention is very important in this regard. Honourable members, we also have 2 statements. One standing in the name of Honorable Akwesi Konedu, MP for Menchia North, on to eulogize the legendary departed Ghanaian musician Charles Kojo Fosu, popularly known as Daddy Lumba. Same statement is coming from Honorable Adelaide Ntim, MP for Nsuta Kwamai Biposu, on the passing of the legendary musician Charles Kojo Fosu. I urge the House to bear with me so that we can take the statement jointly. So I will first give the floor to Honorable Akwesi Konedu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart, yet a deep sense of reverence and pride, to pay tribute to one of Ghana's greatest musical legends, Charles Kojo Fosu, widely known as Daddy Lumba. His passing on the 26th of July 2025 at the Bank Hospital in Accra, after a short illness, marks the end of an era in Ghana's rich musical history. He was 60 years old, hailed from Ekwo in Suta, in the Ashanti region. Nonetheless, it is believed that he had lineage and could be traced to Pakoso, a town I come from. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, unbeknownst to many, he was once rumored to have aspirations to become the chief of Pakoso, highlighting his roots and potential influence in the community. Mr. Speaker, Daddy Lumba was not just a musician, he was a maestro, an icon whose influence transcended generations and borders. Widely regarded as the greatest musician of all times, his contribution to high life music is unparalleled. Through a remarkable career spanning over 4 decades, he produced 30 albums and composed more than 200 songs, many of which continue to enjoy airplay today. His ability to touch on a wide array of themes, including love, heartbreak, forgiveness, wealth, death, betrayal, beauty, resilience, demonstrate the depth and breadth of his artistry. What made Daddy Lumba truly extraordinary, Mr. Speaker, was his linguistic dexterity and poetic use of the Akan language, particularly Asante Twi. His lyrics were not only melodious and catchy, but often liaised with proverbial wisdom, layered meanings, and cultural idioms that require deep thought to unpack. For many of us, his music was more than entertainment. It was an education in values, life, and our Ghanaian identity. In an age where the vibrant tradition of high life music had been gradually overshadowed by other genres, Daddy Lumba took toll as proud custodian of Ghana's musical heritage. He was a torchbearer and a trailblazer who constantly delivered timeless music, filled with thoughtful messages and profound advice. Mr. Speaker, his works were not just songs. They were experiences, carefully crafted pieces that touched hearts and stirred conscience. Take, for instance, Mr. Speaker, the song Teresa, for which part of it he says, "Se menyuaya, iniena miniayo, se mamodia." Mr. Speaker, this song emphasized the beauty and importance of gratitude, reminding us all to appreciate those who stand by us in difficult times. Mr. Speaker, in Sika he says, "Sika eneye adie nyina." He addresses the harsh reality of poverty and the need for us to eschew dishonest labor in favor of integrity and hard work. He made a clear distinction between wealth acquired through genuine means and that earned through deceit. And Mr. Speaker, in Adakatia, he says, "Obiang kwejina Adakatia." To it, everybody.
Honorable Akwesi Akwanedu, you should have done us a favor of translating whatever you are saying in Twi into English language for the Hansard.
Mr. Speaker, I will. And I'll make that available to the Hansard department. Mr. Speaker, Adakatia is a poignant reminder of life's impermanence. He urged listeners to reject pride, selfishness, in favor of love and humility, as death comes for all of us, regardless of our status. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that in the year 2024, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo recognized Daddy Lumba with a prestigious national honors at the Accra International Conference Center. In his heartfelt tribute, the former president aptly described him as a pantheon among musical greats of all times. Indeed, Daddy Lumba's influence extended beyond the boundaries of music. He was a cultural ambassador, a unifier, and a beacon of creativity and wisdom. Mr. Speaker, the loss of Daddy Lumba is not just a blow to the music industry. It is a profound loss to Ghana's cultural heritage and identity. His music brought people together across age groups, political divide, and ethnic lines. Whether at family gatherings, weddings, political events, national celebrations, his music played in the background, evoking nostalgic, joy, reflection, and a deep sense of emotions. Through his art, he managed to build bridges and foster the sense of national pride. Many young musicians today cite Daddy Lumba as their greatest influence and inspirations. He opened doors for future generations of high-life artists, mentoring some directly and indirectly, and shaping the industry through the standards that he set. His ability to reinvent himself whilst remaining true to his roots kept him relevant and beloved by the old and young fans. Mr. Speaker, the void left by Daddy Lumba's departure is vast and irreplaceable, yet his legacy endures, not just in the melodies we will continue to sing, but in the life lessons that so powerfully shared through his music. He entertained, he educated, he inspired, and he united us. That, Mr. Speaker, is the mark of a true legend. In this moment of mourning, I extend my condolence to his family, friends, the countless fans both in Ghana and across the globe. We mourn with him, but we also celebrate a life well lived, a life that brought joy, comfort, inspiration to many, many Ghanaians and citizens. May the soul of Charles Kwadwo Fosu, Daddy Lumba, rest in perfect peace, and the many songs continue to echo in our hearts, reminding us of who we are, where we come from, and what truly matters in life. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We then give the floor to Honorable Adelaide Ntim. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on a matter of deep national grief. The passing of one Ghanaian most iconic and influential musician, Charles Kwadwo Fosu, widely known as Daddy Lumba. Mr. Speaker, Daddy Lumba was born from Insuta, Ekuo, in the Central District, representing the Insuta Kwamai Biposo constituency of the Ashanti region. His musical journey began modestly, starting with the participation in school and church choirs. It later took him to Germany, where he teamed up with Nana Echampong to release the groundbreaking track Yayaka Aquentium, a song that launched a career lasting over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, Daddy Lumba was more than a singer. He was a cultural icon. His music spanned generations, touching on themes of love, life, hardship, and celebration. He voiced the everyday experiences of Ghanaians, becoming a household name across the country and beyond. Mr. Speaker, his contributions to Ghanaian music industry are invaluable. He was a pioneer of high life and hip life genres, mentoring many prominent artists. His sound evolved, yet his authenticity always remained intact. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the grief and people of Insuta Kwamai Biposo constituency, the entire Central District, and especially the paramount chief of the Insuta traditional area, Nana Asamoah Gyamfi Setre II, I call upon this House and the nation to mourn with us. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has lost a legend, but his legacy endures. I humbly appeal to the Honorable House and the government to consider awarding national honors, including a state-assisted funeral, and establishing initiatives to preserve and promote his musical legacy. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn, we also celebrate a life that touched millions. Let us remember Charles Kojo Fosu, not just with tears, but with pride for the gift he was to our nation. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Demi Fedrie Kojo. I am grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will then open the floor to take comment on the statement ably made. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my two colleagues, eulogizing Ghana's most influential musical legend in recent history, Charles Kojo Fosu, popularly known as Daddy Lumba. Mr. Speaker, the news of the sudden demise of Daddy Lumba came to many as a surprise, taking into consideration the fact that most recently he celebrated his 60th birthday, and very little would one have considered that he would pass on to the next world. Mr. Speaker, as had been indicated by the makers of the statement, the musical contribution of Daddy Lumba spanned about 4 decades, which means that Daddy Lumba launched himself into Ghana's musical space at a very early age of about 20 years thereabout. The music that Daddy Lumba produced or sang across these years portrayed him as one with a lot of depth in terms of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in promoting Ghana's rich cultural history. When we heard of the first song, Meyaka Kwentum, with Nane Champon, those of us who were then in our primary school to secondary school days realized that this was a song that we could really relate to. But, Mr. Speaker, one song that I'm fondly remember Daddy Lumba of, and this house have to take particular notice, is a song, Yanewo Srekwa. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've heard it before. Yanewo Srekwa, Yanewo Srekwa, Susuman Paso Nada, Yanewo Srekwa. Mr. Speaker, to it. The majority is always laughing with the minority. But we are unable to appreciate the love and the bond that we have to stay in this house together. So, with the demise of Daddy Lumba, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this house to remember Daddy Lumba with this song that we have to unite as a house and as a country. That when we deal, we should deal with ourselves in honesty and not in betrayal. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I want to pay glowing tribute to Charles Kojo Fosu for his contribution to music in this country. And as has been proposed, I believe that the state ought to give him the needed honors and then give him a befitting funeral so that subsequent generations and the musical talents that are unfolding would also learn from the lessons that Daddy Lumba has given us. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to thank the makers of the statement for what they've done in remembering Charles Kojo Fosu, our darling Daddy Lumba. Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker.
Any further contribution? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to commend the makers of the statement in commemoration with the demise of a legend, Daddy Lumba. His music is not only played at parties, weddings, but it's a message to the entire nation. It's a message of hope, message of unity. One of his popular songs that is always played in my constituency, Teresa. Wherever Mr. Speaker, his demise is a big blow in my constituency, and I join the people of Okankwe North to mourn with the family.
Sing Teresa for us.
Semanyiwaya, Onyana Minyayo, Sema Modia, Miaboniayefo. So wait.
Teresa, go on.
Mr. Speaker, I join the people of Okankwe North and Ghana at large to mourn the demise of a legend. When you attend any occasion in Okankwe North, provided I'm present there, they welcome with the song Teresa. Whether it is of a funeral, it's Teresa. Whether it's adoring, it's Teresa. And this music has brought a lot of hope to so many Ghanaians. I am praying, like my honorable member said, let's not just smile towards each other. Let's mean words. Let's show each other love. When this side bring business of the house, genuinely join us to do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Matthew Nyundam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Today is a very sad day that a man I so loved and cherished is no more. Mr. Speaker, I extend my condolences to the family and to the nation and to the music industry. Mr. Speaker, Dada Lumba never dies. Because if you take the music industry, the music of Dada Lumba will stay forever and ever. Mr. Speaker, I am very sure, and I will not be afraid. I will say, for that, if you take the country as a whole, everyone at least will like one or two of Dada Lumba's music. And I can see it from the faces of my colleagues. If you are sad, Mr. Speaker, just play Dada Lumba's music and you'll be fine. If you are quarreling with your wife, just play Dada Lumba's music and you'll be fine. Mr. Speaker, even if you want to go and do galamsey, play Dada Lumba's music and you'll be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, the man is a legend. If you want to know, with your wife, you have a problem, just play Odo. Odo me pewa sempa o na abwa hia. Pepem pem 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 pepem pepem pem 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 pem. Odoe, me pe wa sempa o, na bo hia na mpira di pantia. Me pe wa sempa o, o hia na wan kira di pantia. Daddy me pe wa semu bebre. Your wife is good to go. Mr. Speaker, Munke Babia de Pakoshe Akoshe to Krum. Mr. Speaker, this is for the Galamsey people. Munke Babia at the Pakoshe Akoshe to Krum. So you know that you know where to go and harvest. Mr. Speaker, so for that Lumba, if you're a young man, Mr. Speaker, if you're a young man and you want to make life, listen to that Lumba's music. I'm telling you, if you play that Lumba's music, Mr. Speaker, you'll be good to go. Let's all use this opportunity. Although he's no more, let's learn, let's play his music. Let's try as much as possible to pick the worst. Just like others have said, we are in this house together. We are in this house together. When we are laughing, let's express genuine laugh. Let's do it together. We should not pretend. We should not pretend. Because you don't know when. It could be tomorrow, it could be tomorrow next. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to encourage you. I know you are a Lumba fan, because looking at your face, I can see one or two music in your face. When you get home, try and pick one or two, and I'm sure that you will be okay. Because sometimes, when you sit there, you can be, Mr. Speaker, you understand what I mean. So on that note, I want to thank you for the opportunity. And once again, I want to express my condolences to the family. And like one of the statements said, we should treat him as a legend, as a nation. Let's see how we can give him a befitting barrier. It's so important because people like Dada Lumba, you cannot get them much. Let's see how, as a state, as a nation, we can eulogize our heroes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to stand on Order 63, Clause 1 of our standing order and speak the Ghanaian language, Asante Twi. Mr. Speaker, and da Ghana for nyinaa ene ewiase amansan nyinaa esu onyumtini kɛseɛ a ne din de Charles Kojo Fosu a dodoɔ no afrɛ no Daddy Lumba. Now yɛhwɛ nneɛma papa a Daddy Lumba ayɛ de ama Ghana.
Honourable member, please, let's go by the rules.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to translate after I've concluded with the tree into the English language. If you can indulge me, please.
Very well.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Daddy Lumba aboa ma Ghana din apagya bebree. Yɛhwɛ ne nnwomtoɔ nkabɔ mu a ɔde aba yɛ fiefie mu. Sɛ yɛwo onipa foforɔ a.
Please limit it there and do the translation.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to wait. Daddy Lumba is a great musician. He has sold Ghana across the borders of the world. Now, as a musician from Ghana, I believe and I know that Daddy Lumba has actually made Ghana a, I would say, a hub, a musical hub, where a lot of Ghanaians do connect. Mr. Speaker, I'll summarize it up and say that Daddy Lumba is a great musician. He has connected Ghana to the world, and so I pray that the government of today helps the family to have a befitting burial for him, and then help musicians in Ghana to protect their intellectual, what is it called? Can you help me, please? It's their intellectual property when it comes to music. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll end it here. Conclude. And then I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honourable members, because we don't have the facility, everything that has been said in Twi but not translated into English is ordered to be expunged from the record. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to join the Member of Parliament from Lumba's home constituency, Honourable Adelaide, and the Member of Parliament for Menchia North for the statement they've made today on the floor. Mr. Speaker, it is with great heart and deep sorrow I want to join the teeming Ghanaians who are today mourning the passage of the legend, the icon, the Speaker, the star of Ghana, Charles Kwadwo Fosu, a.k.a. Daddy Lumba. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I am one of the members of the fan club of Daddy Lumba. And my favorite song of all time, Mr. Speaker, if you would permit me, I would want to take a few lines. Seminya uboni na uyu yem se o time ya e uchiri mi ya eni ya ubu se uchiri mi ya o time ya se uchiri mi ya enu de ubu. Mr. Speaker, to it out there, to it. Mr. Speaker, to it, if I've not done any wrong to you, I have not offended you in any way, I have not wronged you, Mr. Speaker, and you hate me, then you are lying. Mr. Speaker, the track goes on to even say how he is fortified in the word of God. Mr. Speaker, this is the man we are celebrating today. As a young party boy, MPP young man, very fan of the party, the Speaker, one of his major campaign songs, Na 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 oye we now, Na na dear, he's born to succeed. Na na kufuado ye we now. The Speaker, where you will even enjoy that one most is where you go, hey no sunoi, kukurudu. The Speaker, this is a man Ghana is mourning today. It's very sad. Speaker, but we have a number of stars that are no longer with us today. Quite recently, KKD also passed. The Speaker, I think that the families of Daddy Lumba should allow the state give him a befitting state burial. Dada KD, yes. Dada KD, sorry. The Speaker, I said KKD, forgive me. It's Dada KD. The Speaker, I think the families of Daddy Lumba should allow the state give him a befitting burial, because now he has outlived the confines of his family. He is now a national asset. The Speaker, I will beg, I will crave, if they are listening to us, they should allow the state give him a befitting burial, because he has sold, he has marketed, he has projected Ghana through his music to the international world. Mr. Speaker, I think that finally I would want to beg that the nation should have a high life museum where we have all our high life musicians, art and their works being displayed there. Because Ghana, one of our major journals, music journals, is high life. Mr. Speaker, we do not even have anything in this country that depicts the fact that that is our music journal. Mr. Speaker, we should use the passage of Lumba to make sure that we set up a music journal, high life studios or high life museum, so that Ghana and everybody who comes to Ghana can have a share of that. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to take the lines again. Now you
Honourable member, no singing. Conclude. Please conclude.
I'm concluding. So time yeah.
Honourable member, conclude. Can you resume your seat? Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield to Honourable.
Very well. Yes. Honourable Nitiwul.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much. So when news broke out that we had indeed lost Daddy Lumba, I am almost certain that there are many people in this chamber who shed a tear, including myself. Even those who did not speak impeccable Twi, or didn't even speak the Twi language. Whenever they played Daddy Lumba's song, they enjoyed it. Mr. Speaker, even those whose mother tongue was not the Twi language, anytime Daddy Lumba's song was played, people enjoyed it. Mr. Speaker, Daddy Lumba is, in quotes, our Michael Jackson. This is a man whose music cut across all ages, from the young to the middle age to the old. And how he did it is still a marvel to some of us, that every year since 1992, or let's say 89, when he started with Nana Champon, he always came with a hit. There is no year that people were not waiting for Daddy Lumba to bring a song in December. Every year, Daddy Lumba always brought a hit song or a couple of hit songs in December. He entertained Ghanaians for more than 30, 40 years. We should celebrate him. The nation owes it a duty to celebrate Daddy Lumba. Lumba, Mr. Speaker, has left a mark, and I believe for many, many, many years to come, he may end up like Bob Marley, where even when he's not there, Ghanaians will still be playing his music. He was one of the few who held the high life music through the skies. Ghanaians were known for what we call high life music. Today, it's changing. It was high life music that Ghanaians were known for. Many people, many countries copied high life music. And Daddy Lumba represented the best of high life music. Mr. Speaker, if you ask those who speak and understand the local Twi language well, they'll tell you how he composes his music, the lyrics, and the thought behind. It marvels everybody. I remember somebody asked him a question. What is the meaning of Abin Waha? What is it that we Well, of all the songs. They asked him, what is that? What were you talking about? But Mr. Speaker, what the average Ghanaian thought he was going to say, he never said that. That is the type of person we are mourning today. It's unfortunate we have lost him at a very young age. And I heard him say that to be able to reach 60 years, he too has reached that 60 years. I heard him say that. When he celebrated his 60th birthday, he said, me too have reached that 60 years. And that he has never celebrated his birthday before until he was 60 years. As if he was prophetic. Only for us this week to wake up and be told that the man is no more. Mr. Speaker, Ghana should give him a befitting burial. The campaign song that my friend sang, that was a campaign song of the MPP in 2008. I remember that after the NDC won the elections, every party that the NDC had, that was the song they were singing. Not the The song Nana Ye Winner. It was so popular across political parties that you didn't know whether it was an MPP song or an NDC song. It was a national anthem of how to campaign and how to compose a campaign song. Maybe the NDC brought 1 or 2 hit songs in 2012 to defeat us. But Mr. Speaker, for him to produce so many musicians, that the KD, Nana B, Kofi B, Kofi Nti, all of them. The one who sang Emanuela, Oforian Ponsa, all of them. Over 20, 30 musicians all passed through his hands. This is a great man we have to celebrate. He has done his well. He has done his part for Ghana music. He's an icon. He's a legend. This is a man who is our Michael Jackson. Let us remember him and give him a befitting burial, a good sign-off, and pray that the Almighty Lord will forgive him all his sins and put him at his right side. If you listen to his interviews over the last 10 years, when he did the surgery and was having difficulties, always he uses God first before any other thing. Maybe the ancestors of Ghana, maybe the spirit of the country called Ghana, maybe the ancestors of the Sechre land, Ashanti land, were telling him that your time is up. But whatever it is, wherever he is today, he should know that the people of Ghana love him. I have a friend who says that we should sing, is it Ankwanuma? Ankwanuma, nume, nume, Ankwanume.
Honourable members, what is this?
Mr. Speaker, we are doing things out of the ordinary for an extraordinary human being. Mr. Speaker, forgive us, but we are mourning the best of the best. Forgive us, for we shall never forget the name Charles Kojo Fosu, a.k.a. Daddy Lumba, a.k.a. DL. On that day, let all of us be present to mourn him, wherever the funeral will be held, whether in Suta, whether in Kumasi, or whether in Accra. But I wish the state will give him a state barrier here at the forecourt of Parliament for the people of Ghana to come and mourn him. And I bet you the streets of Accra will be full. I went to the gym today and everybody was playing that Lumba songs. You move all the parties of Accra, people are playing that Lumba songs. People are weeping from Ghana to Germany, and people are weeping from Bolga to Accra. Some people who never wept for their family members wept when they heard that Lumba died. And it's not because they knew him physically. Not many people even met him, but the fact that he brought joy to the hearts of many people in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Lumba brought joy through music. We are doing politics. I believe we shall also bring joy through politics. But for Lumba, he has done his part. He's a great man, and we should not forget of that Lumba. Lumba incarnate will come one day. But I dare to say that he may arguably be the greatest Ghanaian musician to walk on the streets of Accra and to walk on the streets of Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God bless all of us. And may his soul rest in perfect peace.
Yes, Honorable Doyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I would like to thank the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, we have lost a legend. This is a man who brought joy to everybody in the world because the music is everywhere. When it comes to funeral, he's there. He comes to wedding, he's there. And it comes to the youth, his music is there. And when it comes to politics, the music is there. Mr. Speaker, Daddy Lumba will never die because his music will continue to live on, and because of that, his name will continue to live on. Mr. Speaker, initially, I asked myself, why 60 years? Because I could remember I went to a program with Mama Pat, and we were invited to attend his 60th birthday, but I couldn't go. And 60 years, you are too young, because if life begins at 40, you are 20 years. And when you listen to what killed him, initially people were saying the wife poisoned him, but he came out boldly to tell the whole world that it was spinal cord injury. Mr. Speaker, this tells us that we should take good care of ourselves. At your youthful age, save some of the energies for the future, for your retirement age. Don't waste all the youthful age and you will reserve some for, don't waste all the energy in your youthful age and you will reserve some for the future or your retirement age. Mr. Speaker, spinal cord is bones that God has put together. So take good care of it because this spinal cord has killed a lot of people, especially a lot of men. Mr. Speaker, I would advise everybody, because recently I met a guy in the tunnel. If you look at the load that boy was carrying, I stopped him and asked him, do you know you are injuring yourself? You are young, so you feel you are strong. But by the time you start aging, before you start feeling the effects. So if you are young, take good care of yourself. You yourself, your weight is 60 kilos or 50 kilos, and you want to put 3 cement bags, which is more than your weight together and carry. You will injure yourself. The day you will throw the stone is not that day you feel the pains in your arm, but later before you feel that pains in your arms. So it's a pity that at age 60, that he's supposed to enjoy, sit, even if he cannot play music in concerts and concert in places again. This is the time he will stay home with the grandchildren, enjoy the fruit of labor. But this is the time rather that he's saying goodbye to Ghanaians. It's sad. We are all sad because we are going to miss him a lot. As my colleague said, every Christmas here is 8 times. We expect new music from him, and we all enjoy his music. Mr. Speaker, do what will not hurt you and break you down in future. As he himself said, "Me yiri mi uku mi wo na nipa o." And so we are seeing you will force yourself and kill yourself for people, and they don't even know what you have done for them. So don't force yourself and kill yourself for people. Do what will give you more strength and more energy so that you can stay and see your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, may we observe 1 minute silence. Honourable members, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Honourable members, statement time is ended. We now move to commencement of public business. Honourable members, can we turn to order paper addendum, presentation and first reading. Minister responsible for Interior.
Don't come in. Oh. Check whether somebody's microphone. This.
An act to provide for matters relating to the National Security Council, to establish the regional security councils, the district security councils, to specify some of the state agencies responsible for coordinating and implementing government policies on the security of the state and attendant issues on or relating to the internal and external security of Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is duly read the first time and referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think it should be referred to the Committee of Security and Intelligence, and if we could add the leadership of the Defense.
Very well, very well. Then it is referred to the Security and Intelligence Committee with the leadership of Defense and Interior joining. Thank you very much for that corrections. Honourable members, item number 9. Motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been duly moved by the Finance Minister. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion captured as item number 9 on today's order paper at page 3, that this Honourable House approves the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Move on Thursday, 24th July 2025 by the Honourable Minister for Finance, Dr. Kisel Ato-Ba Forsen. Respectfully move, Mr. Speaker. I seconded.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I have the list before me. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honourable Adjournment. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as important as the mid-year budget review is, the minister responsible for finance moved the motion. It has just been duly seconded by the second deputy majority whip. Mr. Speaker, we are debating the budget of the finance ministry, the mid-year budget review of the finance ministry. The minister is not here. His deputy is not here. Mr. Speaker, if there are issues and serious concerns that will come from the debate, how will they be able to respond and take notice of that? Mr. Speaker, this is unaccepted. Mr. Speaker, and they should take this House serious. And if the majority side are not ready to debate the budget, they should say so. How can we debate the mid-year budget review without the finance minister or the deputy finance minister? Where are they? Mr. Speaker, we cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, the minister responsible for roads and highways, he's intimidating me with his looks. And Mr. Speaker, we need the finance minister and the deputy minister responsible for finance before we start this debate. You must take this House serious and take your own budget serious. How can we debate the budget without the minister or the deputy minister? Well, how?
Honourable members, we shall come to the debate. But in the meantime, my attention has been drawn to other paper addendum 2. So, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Mr. Speaker, I think today we had some agreement, and you have been following it all along, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have not been engaged on this, and we don't know anything about it. So let's zoom in into the debate. Later on, we can look at the other paper addendum 2. You know we discussed, and we have been following it. So we cannot do the gender minister business at the moment. So, Mr. Speaker, let's continue to the debate. When we get to a certain point, then we'll be able to do it.
Honourable Habib, this was some of the issues that we have discussed, that there will be a withdrawal of the bill and then representation of that particular bill. Because the bill is in this House. The Social Protection Bill has been introduced and referred to a committee. So it's one of the businesses for us to carry. So let us just permit her to do the needful, then we can refer it to a committee and then come to the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'll plead with my colleagues to allow the laying of the papers so that after that we'll talk about it. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward matter. We don't need to belabor the point. So we are just pleading with you to allow us to lay those papers. Because the document is before the House, and they are withdrawing it in place, lay the new one. So I don't think there's any difficulty here. But the minister is here. She will provide the necessary answers to the questions that you raised. So let her lay the paper first, and she will proceed by giving us the reasons why she's doing that.
Well, honourable members, this is not a new business that the minister is bringing.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to your good self, even when the issue of ESLA, you needed to withdraw it, there was an engagement, and we know why. But for the minister in the front bench to spring surprise on us, we don't know anything. Why is the minister withdrawing? We have not been engaged. And Mr. Speaker, with respect, we never discussed this issue, and we are not aware. So let's zoom into the debate. We'll engage, and after that, within the debate, we can do this one.
Honourable member, what I want to do is that we will allow the minister to withdraw and present, so that when we refer it to the committee, then we can engage within the period.
Mr. Speaker, the bill now is the property of Parliament.
Yes.
Why is the minister withdrawing it?
That is why at the point of the withdrawal,
Speaker, you should engage.
yes, at the point of the withdrawal, the minister will indicate why the bill is being withdrawn. It's really the property of Parliament. Yes, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 173 to seek your leave and the leave of the House to withdraw the Social Protection Bill that was earlier laid on the 27th of June, 2025.
Honourable members, application made for the withdrawal of the application made for leave to withdraw the Social Protection Bill. Honourable members, leave is accordingly granted, and the Social Protection Bill is consequentially withdrawn. Now, Minister, go to the order paper addendum 2, item number 2, presentation of first reading.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to Standing Order 173, as the 1731, as the Minister quoted. A sponsor may withdraw a bill by the leave of the House, not the leave of the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you cannot grant, Mr. Speaker, you cannot grant that leave to him. You need definitely the leave of the House, not the leave of the Speaker. And that is what the standing order says. So, Mr. Speaker, the right thing should be done.
Honourable member, if you read the order carefully, and when the minister made the application, I throw the application back to the House. So if nobody opposes the application, the leave of the House can only come through the Speaker of the House. By this particular order, we have been in this House for some time. I have not seen members getting up to say, I have granted leave. It is only through the Speaker. So the right thing has been done. I said, leave, my leave is being sought, the leave of the House is being sought to withdraw the bill. There was no opposition. And once we do not have any opposition for it, then the leave must be granted. Leave of the House is normally communicated by the Speaker. So if a member gets up to say that, oh, I am opposed to the leave being sought because of this, it is then that we can go into any debate.
Mr. Speaker, I think what my colleague was trying to say is that she was relying on an order.
Yes.
And you see, he wanted her to just do the right thing by saying that you are seeking the leave of the House, yes. But no, she said the leave of the Speaker.
She actually mentioned the leave of the House, okay, and the leave of the Speaker.
She mentioned both?
Yes, she mentioned both.
Okay.
Then I said, honorable members, the leave of the House is being sought. Okay. And there was no opposition.
No, that is understood.
Yes.
It's just if she mentioned the leave of the House,
yes,
that's okay.
She quoted the right order.
Mr. Speaker, the
yes.
Honourable Minister came under Order 173. She mentioned that, and Order 173 reads. So, either the House or Mr. Speaker, she came under 173. That settles the matter. What is 173?
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary procedure. We are all students of parliamentary procedure. Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that nobody objected to the leave that she sought. I did. And I told you that we should go ahead to do the debate and come back, even though you prevail on me. And Mr. Speaker, sorting the leave of the House is different from sorting the leave of the Speaker. Order 173, Order 1731 says the leave of the House. Mr. Speaker, you are the one presiding. And then if you ask, you don't necessarily think that we'll get up to say we oppose. But there is another way you could go by this whole thing. Mr. Speaker, and you know why these orders are suffering? Because there's no engagement. There's no prior engagement to the whole thing. The majority bench is springing a surprise on us. That's why it is suffering. If there was engagement, we would not.
Honorable members.
But you don't quote an order and rely on an order, and which definitely, you know, you don't comply to
Honorable
this.
members, for this one, I have been in the House for some time, but we've never taken decision when leave of the House is being sought by way of voting. Honorable members, let's turn to order paper. Addendum 2, item numbered 2. Presentation and first reading of bills.
An act to promote access to social protection, provide social protection services to specified persons, establish and specify institutional arrangement to secure social protection, and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Social Protection Bill 2025 is duly presented, read for the first time, and referred to the committee responsible for gender, children, and social protection. Honorable members, looking at the bill, it's not, the new one is not gazetted, so I urge the committee to determine the agency or otherwise of the bill and present that report as well. Yes, Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we can start the debate on the media review. But the Honorable Habib asked about the minister or the deputy. You know, the Committee of Employment, Finance, Budget and Economy met this afternoon with the minister. So he's trying to fine-tune the document that we requested from him. So he will soon join us so we can start the debate whilst the deputy minister fine-tune the request that we put before him. So very soon he will join us and see through the debate. Is that right? You are not a member of the committee. The ranking wasn't there. There was a meeting. Ask Honorable Kabiru. There was a meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, the deputy minister will join us so that, but we will start the debate.
Yes, Honorable Nyindam.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I just listened to the Deputy Whip who was talking about committee matters on the floor here. Mr. Speaker, a statement was presented to this House, a budget statement that the House is debating, and none of the finance ministers is here. Mr. Speaker, we can pardon the finance minister himself, but the deputy finance minister should make himself available, at least to give respect to this House. At least give the respect to this House. But for you to say the finance minister is unavoidably absent, the deputy finance minister is working on a meeting that was held by a committee, and because of that, he is not coming. Mr. Speaker, let's all give respect to this house. For us to debate the budget statement, Mr. Speaker, whether we were here or we were not here, Mr. Speaker, this is the house. We belong here, and we have every right to debate the statements. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister for Roads, I'm sorry today you are saying that we left. When you were the chief whip, you led your soldiers out of this house. Mr. Speaker, we are not debating without any of the ministers. And Mr. Speaker, it will be an affront. Mr. Speaker, is going to be an affront to this house for us to start a budget debate without minister, at least the deputy minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you, don't succumb to their pressure. Mr. Speaker, don't allow yourself to set a bad precedent. Don't allow yourself, Mr. Speaker. Don't let them put pressure on you. We want to respect this house. And Mr. Speaker, we urge you, let's get the Deputy Finance Minister in
Honorable Martin Yindam.
The debate. Thank you, right,
Honorable Martin Yindam. I know you are, I shall return, but you have also been in the house for some time. Is it the case that when we are debating, the minister or the deputy must be present?
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Just
because
like you have said,
the motion is for the consideration of the House.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. We have conventions and practices in this House. And you obviously have our standing orders as a guide. If we are debating a budget, at least for the first day, Mr. Speaker, like you said, as I return.
Honorable, can you guide me by the standing order that you are quoting?
Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying that it is not just by our standing orders only. We are talking about conventions and practices. So some of them are not codified, but we use them as our conventions and practice. So what I'm saying is that I know I have been here, and Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity to also become a leader. And any budget statement that we take on this floor, at least the first day, one of the ministers will represent.
Honourable members,
thank you, right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, I intend to suspend the House for 30 minutes. The House is accordingly suspended. Honourable members, Honourable members, by the business statement that we have adopted, the chairman ranking, the time allotted is 15 minutes. I mean 15 minutes. Vice Chairman, Ranking Member, 10 minutes. Members, 5 minutes. Honourable members, this is what the House has agreed upon. I wouldn't want a situation where your time is up, then you still want to continue. I'll have no hesitation drawing your attention to the rules. And if you go further, then you push me against the wall, and I wouldn't want to fall down. And then you know the implications. So I wouldn't want that. Once we agreed on the time, let us all help ourselves regarding the time. We go by it, and the debate will flow very smoothly. We do not have any time for heckling. Let me emphasize, there is no time for heckling. You should be mindful, heckling may lead you into a disorderly conduct. So, our members, thank you very much. We proceed with the debate. For today, we are starting with the majority, and probably tomorrow we'll start with the minority. So I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Ajay Mensah. Honorable, you are a chairperson. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the 25th 2025 Media Fiscal Policy Review of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year, as presented by Dr. Keslato Forsin, MP, Minister for Finance, which was ably delivered on Thursday, July 24, 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the finest and the sharpest presentation of media review by Dr. Atufors. Indeed, the manner in which he presented the review program was fantastic. It's one of the most intelligent ones, and I'm honored to be associated with this debate. Mr. Speaker, if one considers the introductory delivery, he talked about the macroeconomic performance for January to June 2025, the global development and outlook, and indeed the fiscal performance. These are areas that were wonderfully and properly presented. Mr. Speaker, I will concentrate on the big push, the road sector, the big push, and the recently passed, that was just 2 days ago, recently passed bill, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund bill. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the road situation in this country, and the delivery, the media delivery, to a very large extent, put an end to the so-called drama on the past relating to roads, road performance of road, year of road 1, year of road 2, year of road 3, where we actually haven't or didn't see anything or anything to show. This delivery, this presentation, this performance, key performance, delivered by the minister shows in the road sector where we are and where we are going. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we had cause to complain about the performance in the road sector to the extent that there were evidence to show the maintenance regime was very poor. All our roads were in a very bad state, and indeed, we were all concerned. But along the line, there came some reports that our roads were good, our roads were bad, and MPs and many people, many more were complaining about our roads.
to the extent that we had reports that indicated that this, the MPP government, the previous government, had performed and indeed constructed more roads than any other government. Some of us had concern to argue and to debate to the extent that we thought that those were not realistic and were not true and should not be taken to be serious. So now we are in power. All the records show in the ministry, and that is a big Herculean task for the Minister of Roads and Highways now. All details there are in a very negative situation. So therefore, the big push, Mr. Speaker, is to give the hope, resolve all these inadequacies and all this, vacuum, the gap of non-performance in the sector. So the big push is, as we all know, the big push is initiative is by President Mahama for massive infrastructure development in this country. Why I'm concentrating on the big push now is that it's been indicated in the budget, 2025 budget, it was indicated that the President Mahama has dedicated, this government has dedicated big push budgetary allocation for 2 times, the two years, to road sector alone. And that means that we are going to see enough improvement in that sector, to the extent that the minister articulated and indicated about 32 critical roads across the country. And these roads are going to be tackled and handled by the big push. If 2 consecutive or 2 budgetary allocations at 2 years are all going to be dedicated to the road sector, Mr. Speaker, that tells you that this government is very serious. We also identified about 13 critical roads which were abandoned by the previous government. They were part of the Year of Roads 1, Year of Roads 2, and Year of Roads 3, that we never saw any improvement there. These areas have also been earmarked for action. The minister indicated that the minister, and indeed his engineers and the ministry staff, for the past 6 months, have dedicated their time and energies into getting into engineering of all roads so that they will be properly laid down for action under the big push. Mr. Speaker, we also have the issue relating to the road maintenance bill, the trust fund. That will also give hope. It gives clarity. And indeed, it also show the fairness and equity in the distribution of levy, the fuel levy resources into the country. So we know that the appropriate formula will be in place to ensure that all regional areas, districts, and constituencies will all have their fair share of the details. In the presentation, Mr. Speaker, it was also made clear that the road toll is coming back. Indeed, the road toll was that which was abolished by the previous government. There were a lot of promises which were made that were coming back. They never came back. This review, and of course in the budget, the promise was there, and that the concern now is the minister has gone through the process and getting to almost pressing the button for us to get whoever is going to handle the road toll. And all this will come into the main trust fund. Mr. Speaker, coming into effect of this road maintenance trust fund, the old road fund is now, more or less repealed and is not in action again. So the road maintenance trust fund is going to give us the hope, and is going to ensure sustained resources, sustained program for the maintenance of our roads going forward. Mr. Speaker, in the budget presentation, we were made aware that 166 districts or constituencies have been earmarked for action. For every year, 10 kilometers of roads will be constructed in every district as has been earmarked. And basically, if it's 160 communities, Mr. Speaker, what it tells us is that virtually across the country. It's not the grading that it used to be counted in the past government. It is not 10 kilometers that is going to be graded, Mr. Speaker. It is 10 kilometers that is going to be constructed. If it is already an existing road, it is going to be maintained in terms of bituminization, and that is going to happen. And in fact, if, Mr. Speaker, you recall that all MPs, we were all happy to the extent that we were, virtually some of the new ones were nearly clapped. Instead of, yeah, and they never wanted the minister to stop. So you can see the 3 tranches. 1, Mr. Speaker, is the big push. 2 is the road maintenance trust fund that is established.
And three, the fact that about 166 constituencies or districts have been earmarked for that. But apart from that, it is critical for us to know that critical roads across the country, 32 critical roads, these are massive roads and bridges, in addition to the fact that about 13 of the critical roads, and one is in Takoradi, the Park Grand Interchange and all those where, we had a lot of news that they were going to be constructed going forward. So I think those of us who were here, and if we were not here, and those of us who were monitoring, I know our colleagues were monitoring in the radio or on the TV because they never had the opportunity to have a full view of it. But it's one of the finest presentations. So you realize that the 6-month program, the 6-month period of President Mahama's administration has demonstrated so much to show. The economy has been stabilized, the cedi has been critically, maintained. The cedi-dollar relationship is fantastic, it's super, and that tells you the smartest way of handling the economy. And it is not that, it's not that you'll be reading, and I was worried. Probably I thought that the minister was going to be quoting from the Bible, Jeremiah, and so on. This never happened. So this minister, intelligently, intelligent in a smart manner, demonstrated to us where we are going. So it gives us hope. So the question is that what do we have ahead of us? For me and for us in the road sector, it is clear that our road conditions are going to be maintained and going to be constructed properly. All of us here, you have your roads, and most of you have your roads within the 166 communities. And the 32 critical roads and bridges are going to be sorted out and so on. But Mr. Speaker, we talk about the big push. So for 2 consecutive budget allocations, which is going to be dedicated to the road sector, that tells you how serious the President Mahama is. And of course, for the past 6 months, the minister indicated, and we've monitoring that as a committee, the minister has always been busy. If you don't catch him on time, you're not going to get him. He's always around, coming home, the whole country moving from the back. So the report, the KPI, the key performance results that the minister enumerated or demonstrated here is a commitment. Because the minister also said that he has given commitment authorization. Mr. Minister, when we talk about commitment authorization, it means that it's not commitment certificate, it is commitment authorization. It means that enough allocation, enough plans, enough room is made for all these roads to be constructed. And it's not just a hearsay or map say that year of fruits 1, year of fruits 2, or year of fruits 3. These are critical roads. These are actionable situations where indeed they are there. And you see, it is the fact that you can, at any particular point in time, ask about it. You have the roads there. And so when commitment authorization have been given for all these roads to be performed on, you can just ask your questions appropriately. In the past, Mr. Speaker, this budget is also clear, and in fact, it gives hope. You remember that we talked about the fact that we never even know how many kilometers you have in terms of our road network. As we speak now, we can't tell. All we have is projections. And the minister in the budget has made reasonable allocation for the road condition made survey to be conducted. So at the end of the day, we'll be able to tell Ghanaians that given the big push coming in, and given the fact that the minister and his engineers have taken pains to demonstrate to us that the totality of our road network is X, and this is where we are going. So we are happy that when we get into the end of the year, our road condition will be better. The road, in terms of good, will be proper. In terms of finance, will be okay. And a little will be left as we call it bad. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confident that by the end of the term, our road situation will be found in very good shape. A lot of the MPs have asked questions about their roads, and the minister have come to answer them. And that sort of hope that he gives, I wish you all here to listen to the minister. Of course, if you check to the budget review, it's all about roads. It's all about roads. The hope is there that our roads are going to be fixed. It is not just a map say. They are actionable details. Budgeted allocation has been made for it, and at any particular point in time, we can ask of that. Mr. Speaker, I think in the budget, the minister also indicated that when he came here to read the budget, about 13.8 billion was dedicated for big push. And so if the president says that for the next 2 years, the 13.8 billion every year, put together 2 years of budget allocation, all these are going to be devoted to road construction, road sector. That tells you that the hope is given. So your roads are going to be constructed. They are going to be maintained. And once again, we will come into the good light of road performance in this country. Mr. Speaker, before I sit there, I think that it's also important to make reference to this. Once upon a time, there was Mohammed's period, the Green Book. When the Green Book was unveiled, there were roads which were constructed, clearly constructed. But my friends will say, where are the roads? Where are the roads? This time around, we have tabulated the roads. We have indicated the number of roads that you are going to construct. We have given the timelines. The road maintenance trust fund bill is also in. Dedicated funds are going to be given. And all MPs. I think that we pray. President Mama, God bless President Mama. Long live President Mama. Long live NDC. Long live Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I will then give the floor to Honorable Amin Adam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
On what?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But Right Honorable Speaker, I'm really wondering
Mr. Speaker, when he started from 4 minutes. So check the time on the console. It started from 4
Honorable Member,
minutes.
you are not my timekeeper. Yes, Honorable Adams.
Thank
the
you,
clerks
Right
are keeping
Honorable
the
Speaker.
time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on July 24th this year, the Minister for Finance presented the mid-year report on the budget implementation, the budget 2025 implementation. And I'm surprised to read that we are going to approve the mid-year budget. The minister has not come to this house with a supplementary budget. And so I'm wondering what we are going to approve. He's not asked for additional money to spend. So I don't understand what we are going to approve. If it is because of the multi-year commitment they want for the projects, the budget for that has already been allocated in the 2025 budget. The 13.8 billion Ghana cedis we are talking about was already provisioned in the budget for 2025. And so they should come very well for us to consider those multi-year commitments they want us to approve, but not as part of a budget that has been approved and that has provision for those projects. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, they have just brought us a list of projects. We don't know how much each is going to cost us. We don't know. So what are we going to approve? They've sent us a list of projects, but there is no amount dedicated to each of these projects. The contractors that are going to do, we don't know. So how do we approve these multi-year commitments that they have brought to this house? And so it cannot be part of the mid-year budget report on the implementation of our 2025 budget, because it's not a supplementary budget. And so I'm really at a loss while we are talking about approval. But Mr. Speaker, having said this, I listened to my brother, respected majority leader, after the minister presented the mid-year report. I watched on TV. And Mr. Speaker, I listened to him, and the Honorable Majority Leader, Mahama Ayarga, distinguished lawyer, said that he has never listened to a budget presentation like what he listened to that day. And he was happy that for the first time, a budget was being presented without Bible quotation. Did he say that or not? Without Bible quotations. And Mr. Speaker, And Mr. Speaker, I know why the Honorable Minister did not bring Bible quotations. I know my brother Atu is a good Christian, and I would have been surprised if he quoted Bible verses to support that propaganda piece that he brought to this house for this house to consider. I would have been very surprised. A budget which is a propaganda piece laced with half-truths and in most cases untruths, and he was going to quote the Bible to support such a propaganda piece. I would have been very surprised, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, if you recall, during the debate on the main 2025 budget, I expressed my disappointment at the inadequate provisions made to fund the government priority projects, what they call their flagship projects. Jumaura and Kokon Feed Ghana program. I was really surprised. And the mid-year budget presented by the minister has somehow confirmed my fear. Because I have looked at all the releases made towards these priority projects. And I'm so sad that the minister has not shown enough commitment to fund these projects that they promised the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the National Apprenticeship Program, they provisioned 300 million Ghana cedis. The minister has released 21 million. Half year, 21 million. And that is just 7% of what the minister allocated towards that project. You look at a Jumaura program. The minister allocated 100 million Ghana cedis. He has released 34.5 million. 34.5%, half of the year. Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, under which we have Feed Ghana program, we have Ghana Grains Development Project, we have the Vegetable Development Project, and we have the Nkoko Nkitikiti. They allocated 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to know that the minister has not released one cedi towards the implementation of this program. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Development Bank, they allocated 51.3 million Ghana cedis. They've released zero. Mr. Speaker, National Codex Program, they allocated 100 million Ghana cedis. They've not released one cedi. Half into the year. Mr. Speaker, Big Push, they allocated 13.8 billion Ghana cedis. The program my colleague on the other side just spoke about. They've not released one cedi towards the implementation of the Big Push program. This is a very important program the NDC is touting around. And I am shocked that half of the year after the budget was presented, they haven't even found it necessary to release funds for the implementation of this program. They are now doing procurements, I understand. And Mr. Speaker, when the minister presented the list of road projects to be done under the Big Push, 45 of them, I was so sad. I didn't see a single road project from my region, the northern region. I didn't see a single one from the northern region. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all the support the NDC got from the northern region, not a single one was mentioned. This morning, I understand, this morning, after we spoke about this, over the last 3 days, this morning, they brought a supplementary. They brought a supplementary and now brought two small road projects, the Tamale Ring Road project, and added that this morning to the list. Mr. Speaker, we should not be toying with the trust of the people of Ghana. When you have won so much support from a region and an important project like the Big Push, you will not put one single road from that region under the Big Push. I'm happy that this morning you brought a supplementary to correct this anomaly. Mr. Speaker, apart from the Big Push, Gold Board. You remember they brought the Gold Board bill here under certificate of urgency. Under certificate of urgency. And the minister allocated $279 million. As I speak to you, the minister has not released a cent to the Gold Board for the operations of the Gold Board. Not a cent. All the funds the Gold Board has used so far has come from the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana has pre-financed the operations of the Gold Board, has pre-financed the purchases of gold. The minister has not released a cent
from the budget of $279 million that he allocated in the budget. Mr. Speaker, as for the 24-hour economy, which was launched recently, a beautiful document was shown to the whole world with very nice pictures, just like the Green Book that we saw in the first term of President Mahama. But sad to say, Mr. Speaker, there is no budget to implement it. I said this when we were debating the main budget, and the minister in this mid-year budget has confirmed that he is now going to provision for the implementation in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, why will you run to launch programs? Feed Ghana program, you've launched it, you haven't released funds. You've launched a 24-hour program, no budget to implement it. Mr. Speaker, let's take the people of Ghana serious. When you promise them and you allocate money to implement what you promise them, do it, show that commitment, release the funds so that the people of Ghana can benefit from this program. Mr. Speaker, it is very important because the minister is not releasing funds towards the implementation of this program. There is no money out there. I came from my constituency yesterday. The farmers have told me they have farm produce, but nobody is buying. Nobody is buying. There is no money. There is no money. The minister must release the funds for the implementation of these programs. Mr. Speaker, but I know why the minister is not releasing the funds. I know. Because the minister launched 28 treasury auctions over the last 6 months. 13 of them were failures. Auction shortfalls. Auction shortfalls, my brothers and sisters on the other side. Auction shortfalls. And all of them, all the 13, had bid cover ratio of less than 1. Mr. Speaker, the money the minister would have released to implement this program, the minister has rather used that money to pay the shortfalls. To pay the shortfalls amounting to billions of Ghana cedis. And who caused it? He has brought, the minister used artificial means to bring the interest rates, the coupon on the treasury bills down. And yet, there was no coordination with the Bank of Ghana. How is it possible that we have such huge misalignment between fiscal policy and monetary policy? The minister is borrowing at 15%, and now I understand 10%, while the Bank of Ghana is borrowing at 28%. What a huge misalignment. And because of that, the people have resorted to buying the bills from the Bank of Ghana instead of patronizing the treasury bills of the minister. And because of that, the minister has to divert resources meant to implement Nkokon Kitinkiti, meant to implement Ejumaura, to go and pay for the shortfall that he has caused himself. Mr. Speaker, this is not how we manage an economy. Mr. Speaker, the minister also, in presenting the mid-year budget review, tried to claim successes he does not deserve. Number one, he reported that he had brought down Ghana's debt to GDP ratio from 61.8% at the end of 2024 to 43% in just 6 months. Laudable, isn't it? But the question I asked the minister, how much of Ghana's debt has he repaid in 6 months? Zero. Zero. He hasn't repaid any cedi of Ghana's debt stock in 6 months. Zero. So if Ghana's debt to GDP ratio has come down from 61.8% to 43%, is it the minister's work? And when you said this, they said, oh, they paid coupons to Euro bondholders, they paid coupons to DDEP bondholders. I am talking about stock, debt stock. I'm not talking about flow. The debt stock has reduced not because you have repaid any of the debts of Ghana to reduce the debt stock. The debt stock has reduced because of the work the previous MPP government did. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret, and I led the negotiation with the Eurobond holders. And at the end of the negotiation, we reached a deal that led to the cancellation, outright cancellation of $5 billion United States dollars. $5 billion United States dollars. And we got debt service savings of another 4.7 billion United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about reduction in the debt stock, that is what we are talking about. And what has the minister done in 6 months, similar to what we did when we were in government, to bring the debt stock of our country down?
Absolutely nothing.
Mr. Speaker, this minister in opposition criticized us for doing the debt restructuring exercise. And then you have come into government and you turn around to clap, to claim credit for the product of the exercise that you condemned.
Can you imagine?
How do you criticize an exercise? How do you criticize an exercise and you want to praise yourself for the product of that exercise? Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, again, the minister reported. Mr. Speaker, somebody is disturbing my mind. Mr. Speaker, the minister again reported that Ghana has earned upgrade. Ghana has earned upgrade by Fish. Fish rating upgrade. The minister is claiming credit for that. Mr. Speaker, let me read what Fish itself has said in their statement when they upgraded Ghana. And I quote, "The upgrade of Ghana's long-term foreign currency IDR to B-
Honorable member,
from RD reflects
your time
Fish's
is up.
assessment. Reflects Fish's assessment."
Honorable members, the IT department is keeping the time for us. So once your time is up, your microphone will automatically be off. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Jean-Marie. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate the mid-year fiscal policy brilliantly delivered by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, the mid-year budget that was ably delivered on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the best ever in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the road sector is a sector that Ghanaians are so much interested in because everything that you do, the moment you step out of your door, you step onto the road, either with a vehicle, on foot, motorbike, wherever you are going, you use the road. So it is very important that a fund is allocated to road projects in this country. Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous governments that announced years of roads where we did not see roads that they were talking about, and also left a whooping over 21 billion Ghana cedis at debt. Mr. Speaker, the approved revenue from oil and also the mineral royalties has been allocated to the big push that will be used for the construction of roads, so that roads will not be abandoned due to funds that are allocated for the construction of these roads. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the
When you look at the big push, where 13.8 billion has been allocated to roads, 32 roads across the country will be catered for by that fund. And like I said earlier, there is a dedicated fund to the roads that will be constructed, so those roads will not be abandoned. And when all these roads are constructed, market women will be free from transporting their roads to the markets, from the farm gate to the markets. The cars that are on our roads will not be rickety because shocks will not be spoiled any time that they use the roads. Mr. Speaker, when your shocks, you keep changing shocks, it will put burden on your pocket. So we are very grateful to the President that he has taken roads as a project. And we have a very, very dedicated and hard-working Minister of Roads that we all believe in, that he will deliver on the roads that have been outlined to be constructed. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, it's made us believe that 166 constituencies will have 10 kilometers of roads constructed every year. If the previous government had constructed at least 1 kilometer of road per year in our constituencies, like by now, the monies that are being allocated from our oil revenue and the mineral royalties will be used for something else. But here we are, because all the roads that they claim they have done have not been done, those monies are still being used to fix our roads. And we are grateful to the President for taking our roads as a priority. And Ghanaians will be happy because roads is what we use in doing everything. Like I said earlier on, we go to everywhere. Whether you are going to work, you use the road. If you are going to the market, you use the road. Everywhere that you are going, you use the road.
Member,
so
your
when
time
our
is
roads
up.
are fixed, everybody will be happy. So
Your
we are
time
grateful
is up.
that the President...
I will give the floor to Honorable... I'll give the floor to Honorable Abna Osei Asari. Chairperson, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must commend my colleague on the other side. No. I must commend my colleague on the other side. This is the first time the NDC is allowing a woman to debate on the first day. Yes, let me finish. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time when it comes to economic policy, they are allowing a lady to debate right after the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, right after the ranking member. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say, let me congratulate Honorable Jean Marie Formadi. Right after the ranking member, she spoke. Mr. Speaker, but let me say that we have reached a point where it is not about numbers. Numbers alone cannot lead. Numbers alone cannot tell the story. Mr. Speaker, let's ask that beyond the graphs and the interest rates and all those things, let's ask ourselves, what is the real impact of the mid-year budget review? Let us ask ourselves, what is the real impact of the mid-year budget review? Because, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians don't live in the budget. They live in the economy. Mr. Speaker, the minister brought the mid-year budget review to this house, full of technical jargons. But when they look in their pockets, when they look in their shopping baskets, when they look at the utility bills and all that, they don't feel the relief the minister is talking about. So we need to go beyond the numbers and let our people feel in their pockets what the relief they claim they have brought. The minister came here to churn out a lot of technical success stories. Inflation is down from 23.8% to 13.7% in 6 months. The minister claims they have reduced debt from 737 billion to 613 billion. But let's ask ourselves, how is this reflecting in the pockets of Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, without any prudent measure, like the ranking member said, through some means of the cedi appreciating against our foreign currencies, the minister has been able to bring the debt down to 113 billion Ghana cedis. But Mr. Speaker, this is not about fiscal discipline. It is just about arithmetic. It is not about fiscal discipline. Just purporting to claim that the cedi has strengthened against the dollar, and so by virtue of that, you have done something that has brought the debt down, and so we should clap for you, Mr. Speaker. Ghanaians are not feeling that in their pockets as well. Mr. Speaker, the minister also said that by virtue of what he has done, he has been able to bring down domestic interest rate by 4.9 billion because the cedi has appreciated against the dollar by about 42%. So with that same measure, your external interest payment should go down. But what do we see in the numbers? It has gone up by 1 billion. So that is why I keep saying, let's go beyond the numbers. Because if you tell us the cedi has appreciated the dollar by 42%, your interest payment should also come down. But why is it that in the numbers, the revised budget, your interest payments, external interest payments, has gone up by 1 billion? Thank you very much. Very, very artificial. Mr. Speaker, government claims they are spending in the right places. You are spending in the right places. But the oil that government will use to sort of generate the activities in the various ministries, departments, and agencies, what do you see? Government budgeted about 3 billion for the first half of the year for the ministries, departments, and agencies as their goods and services. What do we see? About 1.something billion. So you ask yourself, how are they working? You claim you are spending in the right places. Look at your capital expenditure. You budgeted 32 billion for your capital expenditure. Look at what they have done, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. 7.1 billion Ghana cedis. You are spending at the right places. Contractors are crying. Infrastructure is down. And you claim you are spending at the right places. You have 32 billion as your capital expenditure for the year. And 7 months down the line, you have only spent 7.1 billion. Do you call this the right places? Mr. Speaker, if you pay statutory payments, you have done nothing because it is statutory. You ought to pay. But how about the discretionary payments that you need to make? That is not there. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, the minister claims they are spending at the right places. Look in the mid-year budget review. GRA, Ghana Revenue Authority, they overshot their own half-year spending from 2.38 billion to 2.4 billion. GRA went up over and above their spending. And the minister claims he's spending at the right places, right under the nose of the minister. This is what is happening. And so how can the minister come here and tell us, I am spending at the right places? GRA that is supposed to collect revenues on our behalf, they are ending up spending more than has been allocated to them in their budget. Mr. Speaker, again, we've talked about the big push. Mr. Speaker, it is worrying. Because if you tell Ghanaians that you are coming up with a policy that you're going to spend $10 billion in 4 years, and all you can do is less than $1 billion in the first year. And even with that, availability of funds is difficult. Look in the numbers. The numbers will tell you that, Mr. Speaker, they haven't done anything substantial. And so if the minister tells us you are spending in the right places, we go beyond the numbers to see what the minister has actually done. Mr. Speaker, again, the ranking member mentioned about the non-spending under the gold board. Meanwhile, there are a lot of classrooms that need upgrades, even common chalk, hospital gloves. And so if you ring-fence this huge amount of money that can be used for equally important things, and you give it to gold board, and it's just there, they are not using it, and you claim what? You are allocating and spending at the right places. This is where the minister has gone wrong. Talk, indeed, they say, is cheap. Mr. Speaker, let us also go to the revenue numbers. It is also peddling a lot of untruths in here. Mr. Speaker, we were in this chamber when the minister came under certificate of urgency to introduce the popularly known revenue measure called the D-levy. In discussions with the Finance Committee and on this floor, the minister told us that this particular revenue measure was going to raise about 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. And so in the minister revising the revenue numbers, when you look in the revised the budget, the minister is telling us that the 5.7 billion, that assuming you even, collect it for just 5 months, you should get about 2.3 billion Ghana cedis. The minister has only put in there 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Thank you very much. 1.1 billion, something that is supposed to give you a minimum of 2.2 billion. Then my minister will put 1.1 billion. He's able to raise the 2.2 billion and he says, pat me on the back because I have exceeded my revenue. Mr. Speaker, this is the untruth I'm talking about. But when you look at the revenue numbers that have been revised, the minister is adding 2 billion to the revenue numbers. So where is the minister getting that 2 billion from when he has only allocated 1.1 billion? This is what I'm talking about, that the revenue numbers are peddling a lot of untruths, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, on the growth numbers, the minister said Q1 saw a growth of about 5.5% of GDP, and that this growth is being led by agric, 6.6%. But Mr. Speaker, what do we see on the market? As for the price of plantain and not aroma rice. As for the price of cassava and not all the sophisticated things the minister came to announce here. You ask for the price and it tells you that clearly they are not feeling it on the ground. The minister also mentioned that they are he's trying to see how he can reduce the items in the inflation basket. And so they are going to work on food prices. In one hand, he says, I'm trying very hard. I'm going to introduce policies that will increase food production. And in another hand, he's bringing a measure that will increase transport fares by more than 30–40%. So you see the disconnect. There's no connection between policies. And that is what the minister ought to address. And not come here and say all the nice words, but in actual fact, it is nothing and results in nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we were here when the minister said that the Ghana reference rate has moved from 29.3% to 24%. So when you talk about inflation moving from 23.8% to 13%, but the Ghana reference rate, that is what the households and the small businesses feel. And that is why he stood here and pleaded with traders and pleaded with manufacturers to reduce the price of their goods, because clearly he knows they are not feeling it. So he has to come here and beg them and ask them to do that. One other thing that the minister did, the minister said, no more are we going to quote items in foreign currency. And that from the day he read the mid-year budget review, we should put a stop to it. But I remember very well, last year, the Finance Committee chairperson telling us that don't mind anybody who tells you not to keep your money in dollars. But we here are law-abiding citizens. We love our country. We will heed to what the minister has said and make sure we do everything possible. We will make sure to do everything possible to contribute our bit to help strengthen the cedi against the dollar. Mr. Speaker, let me tell my colleagues on the other side that in the last elections, Ghanaians said one thing. They gave them capital. This capital that Ghanaians have given to them, it is to be used for their benefits. This capital that Ghanaians have given to them is to be used for their benefits. Otherwise, we all know what will happen. So I'm urging them, it is not about just churning out numbers, but numbers that mean and will reflect positively in the lives of the people of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, just a little advice to the minister, a very honest advice to the minister, that he should not take the capital that Ghanaians have given to him for granted. Rather, it should inure to the benefit of Ghanaians. And so seriously, if the minister wants to build the economy, away from all the noise, away from all the propaganda that has gone on, one, I will urge the minister to look at these. One, make sure that the energy sector is well restructured and they have proper KPIs. They should make sure the energy sector is well restructured and they have proper KPIs. Also, they should make sure that they make the revenue collection system fit for purpose. They should make the revenue collection system fit for purpose so that clearly, when you look at the revenue numbers, there was a shortfall. But if really they want to hit the target of 229 billion that they have put in the revised budget, then they should make sure that they implement both compliance measures and measures that I believe will reduce human intervention and help them rake in the revenues that they want to raise. And also, one advice I want to give to the minister, that anybody who has breached the PFM should be sanctioned. This is the way to go. Anybody who breaches the PFM should be sanctioned. This is a genuine advice, for the minister, if clearly they want to set the economy on the right path. And also, one other thing that the minister kept talking about on Thursday was the issue of payroll. The minister will have to find a lasting solution to it. I believe Ghanaians are open-minded and will be willing to help the minister find a lasting solution to this. The minister said payroll had gone over and above its target by 1.3 billion. But when the minister was revising the target, the minister left the target as it is. And Mr. Speaker, finally to conclude, I am a bit worried. I am a bit worried because when you look at the statutory funds revised amount or the revision in the budget, if we are going to add on at least 2 billion to our revenue numbers, that should also reflect in the statutory fund numbers. But that is nil. There is nothing. But we were here when a colleague on the other side took DAC, the government, to court for the calculation of total revenue. So that if you are adding on 2 billion to your revenues, why is it not reflecting in your revised budget? The minister will have to come and answer to the people of Ghana that they are shortchanging GET Fund, they are shortchanging DACF, they are shortchanging NHIA. But Mr. Speaker, we love this nation. We on this side love this nation. We want the nation to succeed. And so whatever it takes to help the minister, whatever it takes to help to make sure we have a budget that can be implemented, a budget that people will feel in their pockets, a budget that people will say, yes, the political capital that we gave to the people, the NDC people, they have been able to use it to inure to our benefit. Mr. Speaker, that is all we are asking for, and that is why we will support them to make sure the people of Ghana are not shortchanged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is now given to Honorable Eric Afu. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, let me quickly thank you so much for the opportunity to make a contribution to the presentation of the mid-year budget review. Mr. Speaker, before I make any statement on this, Mr. Speaker, I want a statement made by the last speaker that Honorable Isaac Adonko, the chairman for the Finance Committee, has made a statement that Ghanaians should not be allowed to withdraw dollars or any hard currency from the counter for transaction. It's an error. This is a statement, listen, it's a statement that should be expunged from the record because he's not here to defend it. Two, Mr. Speaker, allow me, she also made a statement that this is the first time a lady member of parliament has contributed to a budget review. Mr. Speaker, I also say that this should be expunged. Before I go forward, Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that the actual performance of the 2025 budget statement within the last 6 months is historic. It's historic. is unprecedented. Mr. Speaker, she was saying that we shouldn't use figures. We shouldn't use figures. Mr. Speaker, what to be used to adjust the performance of the budget is through the economic indicators. Is it not true that the economy grew by 5.3% within the first quarter of 2025? Is it not true?
It's true.
Is it not true that you left 4.9%?
It's true.
Mr. Speaker, this was even done by the increase in the agricultural sector, 6.6%. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that the inflation in this country, you left 23.8%, you have even said it, down to 13.7%. Is it not remarkable? It's a remarkable figure. Even food inflation is down to 16.3% from 27.8%. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that imported inflation has come down to 12.5% from 18%? You have to use the figures to adjust the performance of a budget. You cannot say that. Is it not true that, Mr. Speaker, the lending rate has come down to 27% from 30.3%? Is it not true that the fiscal deficit within the first quarter of the year is about 0.7% of GDP? Meanwhile, you left 1.8% of GDP. Is it not true that the exchange rate, the dollar, or let's say the cedi, has appreciated 42.6%? Is it not true that the cedi against the dollar, the cedi has appreciated 30.3% against the pound sterling? Is it not true that the cedi has appreciated 25.6% against the euro?
It's true.
So what again?
Exactly. That's the...
Mr. Speaker, what is more interesting is that we have imported inflation coming down. The primary balance, Mr. Speaker, if you don't know, is 1.1% of GDP as we speak today. So the economy is growing. You can adjust performance of budget through economic indicators. So my sister, next time, don't say that again. Mr. Speaker, the government is being financially disciplined and spending wisely. Mr. Speaker, the gross national reserves, that is where I'm more interested in. The gross national reserves, as at now, stand at $11.12 billion US. Go and check it. $11.12 billion, which gives you 4.8 months of import cover.
Tell them.
4.8 months of import cover of goods and services. Go and check it. Meanwhile, you left it at 8.98 billion in December 2024, which gives you only 4.0 months of import cover of goods and services. So, Speaker, so the economy is doing well. The economy is doing well.
Very well.
Trade surplus is also positive. Mr. Speaker, trade surplus is positive. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, let me say that the debt portfolio should also be taken. You left a debt hang of 726.7 billion. 726.7 billion US Ghana cedis. And we have been able to bring it down to 613 billion within a span of 6 months. Look at this. Now we have brought it down by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis within 6 months.
Wow.
Give us some time, it will go down further.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
debt to GDP ratio, as you quoted it, you left it at 61.8%. Because of these measures, you have brought it down to 43.8%. Debt to GDP ratio. So it's remarkable. You should applaud this government. Yes. Mr. Speaker, leaving the macroeconomic indicators, I've heard my friends from the other side that this government is not spending. This government is not spending. That's why you have favorable economic conditions, good economic indices. Mr. Speaker, they should take it from me today. This is technically wrong. This is practically wrong. In theory, too, it is wrong. Because we are defiling the good principles of macroeconomics. Government expenditure is an injector. It's not a leakage. It's an injector. It injects income to the country. The government appropriating $293 billion for 2025 fiscal year means that we are injecting this money into the economy, which have a lot of multiplier effects. You go into the pockets of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, let me be frank and tell you, everybody here, Ghanaians, that the success being chalked by this government is through fiscal credibility the government has gained from the people by implementing fiscal consolidation programs that has made the economy to be at where it is now, to be at where you're enjoying now. Mr. Speaker, the government is spending. The government has been given $293 billion appropriation. We are paying 76.2 billion Ghana cedis for compensation. Are we not paying Ghanaians? Yes. Has anybody come out to say that we are not paying them? No. We are spending. Goods and services, 6.7 billion. Go and check the Appropriation Act. I'm quoting from Appropriation Act. 66.7 billion. Grants and other government obligations, 55 billion. We are spending, coupled with 32 billion capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, in all, go to Controller Accountant General, go and check this. The government has paid 114.5 billion Ghana cedis. 114.5 billion Ghana cedis. The government released money from the Controller Accountant General Department. From that area. Mr. Speaker, let me be a bit detailed. We have paid Euro bond obligations, domestic bond holders, this Assembly Common Fund, Social Security and National Insurance Trust, go and check, energy sector, Ghana Education Trust Fund, Debt Fund, you have given money to them, payment of arrears, free senior high school, National Insurance Scheme, listen more, vaccines and essential medicine payment, capitation grant, beneficiaries, school feeding programs, BEC registration, no fee stress policy, go to the schools, we hear. Teacher training allowance, we have paid. National allowance, we have paid. Assembly members allowance, we have paid. National apprenticeship program, we have paid. Adjournment, we have paid. Recapitalization of national NIB, we have paid. Right Honorable Speaker, in all, 84.2 billion cedis, non-interest payments. So, Speaker, this is the state of this Ghanaian economy we find ourselves now. So please, you know where you left this country in terms of economy. You know where within the last 6 months you have been able to bring the economy to. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, this economy has been rated by Fish. And by Fish, an international rating organization, from restricted default to
2B+. 2B+. It's remarkable. It's remarkable, please. Now, the government is doing well in terms of export. Export. We are reducing import. You realize that the minister said we are reducing import duties. Import duties have been reduced. He quoted the figure. What is the reason? Because we are drawing programs, we are implementing programs that will boost export and reduce import. Mr. Speaker, NDC will never make any transfer payments. Transfer payment means you pay for something for no work done. You pay for something for no work done. That's the meaning of transfer payment. Unlike your government, go and check Crow and Associates. You paid $1 million for work no done. Crow and Associates for no work done. $58 million in Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, SkyTrain. How much is it? $2 million. You not do transfer payment. You not do it. Mr. Speaker, as at last week, when the budget was being read, the media budget review was read, we heard in this chamber that we have a scandal of almost 150.4 million cedis from controller between 2023 and 2024. What happened? What happened? Please.
Honourable member, conclude.
Let's all rise up. Let's rise up. Support this government because we have started very, very, very well. Only 6 months. Look at this achievement. Whatever, if you chalk 1 year, we chalk 2 years, 3 years, and 4 years. If you chalk 1 year, chalk 2 years, chalk 3 years, what will happen? Mr. Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity. And we promise the people that the NDC government has come to stay. And this government has come to perform. And this government has come to redeem this country from the MPP. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion currently before the House, that this House should approve the mid-year report or review of the budget and economic policy for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I know that a lot of people will be expecting at a time like this that our colleagues on the other side will say everything that has happened so far is good. And then those on this side will be saying everything that has happened is bad. But Mr. Speaker, you see, we are very patriotic. On this side, we are very patriotic. And so where we have to give commendation, we'll give commendation. Where we have to critique, we will give the necessary critique. Where we have to draw your attention to some things, we will do so. And then where we have to caution you, we will do so. Mr. Speaker, I will be speaking on only 4 matters. First are observations that are worthy of commendation. If you look at the fiscal program that the Minister for Finance presented to us earlier this year, and you look at the critique that we gave as a side of the House, and then you look at the returns that he has brought to us in the mid-year review, Mr. Speaker, I will commend him for listening. And let me show you. When the minister came to the House, he came with a fiscal program. He said he was going to raise revenue of 102 billion Ghana cedis without introducing new taxes. Let no soul say he wasn't here on that day. We all recall when he said he was going to increase tax to GDP ratio from 13 to 18% without introducing new taxes. And I remember us drawing his attention to the fact that that was not possible. In fact, he told us that despite the removal of taxes, which he was promising, the way he was going to close the 6 billion CD gap was that he was going to reduce VAT retention threshold from 6% to 4%, and that will close the gap. I'm sure you all remember. The outturns have come. And now you are beginning to realize that the minister's revenue strategy, originally as he presented, has failed. Remember that the minister clawed back about 11 billion Ghana cedis swept from 31st December, and then has introduced 8 new taxes to try to close that gap. And despite that, the evidence that his strategy has failed is that revenue has underperformed by 3 billion Ghana cedis. The revenue situation is short of 3 billion Ghana cedis. But why I commend him is that on the expenditure side, contrary to the program he brought to us, that he was going to spend 128 billion because of the critique that it's important to cut about 3% of GDP. You recall when we said 3% of GDP, about 30 billion Ghana cedis has to cut. He has now gone and has cut. If you look at the numbers he's presented to us, half year he has cut 19 billion. 19 billion Ghana cedis. And if you model to the end of the year, by the end of the year, that 30 billion that we are saying is what needs to be cut, is where he will be heading to. And so I commend him for listening. But Mr. Speaker, I'll show him where the problem still is. We want to also draw his attention, if you look at what they are doing, if you look at the report, if you look at what they are doing on the currency. Today, the currency has appreciated by about 42%. That's a matter of fact. Why? Among other things, is the fact that we are backing our currency with gold. I recall Ricketts Hagan, Deputy Majority Leader, on his feet here, admitting that one of the major reasons for which our currency has appreciated is because we are backing it with gold. Mr. Speaker, the gold purchase program, which is one of the major contributors to where we are today, was launched on the 17th of June, 2021. So I commend the government for continuing with the gold purchase program. The gold purchase program was being done by the Bank of Ghana and the PMMC. By the Bank of Ghana and the PMMC. The Bank of Ghana is still here. The PMMC is what you've rebranded as Gold Board. And so I give you commendation for continuing the gold purchase program. It was a gold purchase program that moved us from 8.7 tons of gold to 30 tons of gold when we started. The third commendation I'll give is for continuing with the inflation reduction program. Remember that when the international crisis hit us, inflation went as high as 54%. And then the central bank started the tight monetary policy aimed at bringing it down. That was what brought inflation down from 54% to 23% by the time we were leaving power. And as you came, you are continuing. And so the first part of my submission is to commend you for continuing the gold purchase program, continuing the inflation reduction program, and continuing or following the fiscal critique that we gave. But Mr. Speaker, you see, when we say this government is not spending, sometimes they confuse it for fiscal discipline. I heard the chairman of the Economic Committee, my very good friend, Honorable Afo, suggesting that what is happening is fiscal discipline. Honorable Chairman, it is not. There's a difference between fiscal discipline and a failure to meet fiscal targets. When you program that you are going to raise 102 billion and that you will spend 128 billion and achieve a primary balance of 0.4%, fiscal discipline is when you are able to do that. When you fail to raise the revenue and you fail to spend, that's not fiscal discipline. And because you are not raising the revenues that are required so that you can spend, this fiscal failure The consequence is that you are failing to deliver on some essential public goods and services. You see, when you fail on fiscal policy or fiscal program, it will hit you in the goods and services, and it will hit you in development. My brother, the deputy minister, or my brother, the minister, is asking me such as, I will show you. You see, one of the public goods and services is security. One of the public goods and services, Honorable Mutala, is security. You asked me, I'm responding to you. One of the public goods and services is security. To be able to provide security, you have to release money so that the intelligence agencies can gather intelligence and act on it. When you fail to meet the fiscal program, you can't even pay the allowances for intelligence officers. So, and I regret to say this, but because you asked, that's what I'm telling you. So when people plan that they are going to Nalerigu Senior High School to commit murder, your intelligence agencies can't pick it up because you are not spending. When you are not releasing the funds for intelligence work to be done, when people are plotting insecurity, your intelligence system can't pick it up. You asked me about examples of the public goods and services that will suffer. Let me give you some more examples. Take your flagship programs. You said you are going to do a national apprenticeship program. So far, because of the fiscal failure, you have only been able to release 7% of the budget. Because of the fiscal failure, your 1 million coders program, you have released 0% of the budget. Because of the fiscal failure, the Agric for Economic Transformation agenda, you've released 0% of the budget. The Women's Development Bank, you've released 0% of the budget. The Big Push, you've released 0% of the budget, and you are still listing old road projects that have been commissioned. So I'm drawing your attention to the fact that because you misconceived the fiscal program, it is showing where you have to release money. And you cannot keep going on failing to release money. Because if you do not release the money, public goods and services and development will struggle. People are looking for hospitals in their constituencies. Because of fiscal failure, you haven't been able to add one cement block to Agenda 111. Why? Because you are not raising and spending. How often can you tell people who are not getting the public goods and services that you promised that what you have done is that you brought the primary balance to 1.1? It's like a father who says that I am piling up all my salary in the bank account, but I won't pay my children's school fees, I won't pay their medical bills. When they ask me, I say the bank account is looking nice. That is what is going on. And that is why we are drawing your attention to the fact, though we've commended you in some areas, that you can't continue like this. Mr. Speaker, there are some recommendations we want to make. These are recommendations about some things that must be sustained. So, for example, let me speak about the currency. Now, the IMF has exposed you that part of what you are doing on the currency front is that you are dumping about $1.5 billion from the reserves that we left you onto the market to suppress the currency. And they have advised you that you should desist from that. The question is, how do you sustain an appreciation of the currency? We've already come to an understanding of why the currency has appreciated and what you are even doing as part of it. But how do you sustain it? Mr. Speaker, I have told you that we are patriotic. We will give record. We are not like those who would prevent you from laying papers on the floor or laying bills or fighting on the floor for political advantage. We will give you feedback and advice where necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, for example, on the currency front, what the government, we are advising in all humility, what the government should do is to take a lot more seriously the whole exercise of ensuring that exporters retire the forex earnings, properly so-called, back into the jurisdiction. The LOC requirements is what they should pay attention to. If you don't do that and you do an artificial dumping, today gold prices are high, so you are benefiting. What will happen tomorrow when gold prices are not high? Will you have $1.4 billion every 6 months to be dumping onto the market? No. As Honorable Minister, in all humility, your brothers and sisters on this side, we mentioned to you that to sustain the currency gains, pay more attention to the proper retirement of forex earnings, not an artificial dumping. Because today, if you dump currency artificially on the market and you suppress the rates, Governor Siama will have the rate, but Abochi will have the dollar. Today, today, a lot of importers are complaining that even when they file paperwork at the banks for transfer of forex, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they are not getting it. So if you go ahead with this artificial dumping and suppression, what will happen is that Governor Siama, as I told you, will have the rate, but Abochi will have the dollar. Mr. Speaker, on the revenue measures, our recommendation is that some of the revenue measures you have introduced are in the long run going to take inflation back up. We said it when you introduced the Doomsor levy at midnight, when you waited for everybody to go to bed and you brought the Doomsor levy. We told you that extra levies on petroleum eventually will translate into inflation. For us, you say because we don't have goodwill, we should keep quiet. If you like, don't listen to us. Your own Governor Siama is drawing your attention to the fact that it is a risk for increased inflation in the medium term. And so our advice is that some of these panic revenue measures, you originally misconceived the fiscal program. You are now panicking and you've introduced 8 new taxes. Some of them, like the Doomsor levy, like the special import levy that you have introduced, they are going to translate into inflation at some point in time. It will be good for you to pull them back now at this point in time and rather look at what you can do on the expenditure side to cut. And talking of expenditure cuts, if there is a place where the 24-hour economy is needed the most now, is the Public Investments Division at the Finance Ministry. Why? Because that is where public-private partnerships are conceptualized. That is where they need to be working around the clock so that you can crowd in private funding to support what you cannot fund from the Treasury. And so your brothers and sisters on this side will give you feedback that pay attention to these things. I'm going to end with a caution. Mr. Speaker, the cost of government services is going to go up because fees and charges are being put up by about 30 to 40%. Electricity is going up by about 16%, in addition to the 8 new taxes. And so the government should take caution that the measures are going to increase the cost of government services, eventually the cost of doing business, and eventually the cost of living because of inflation. We also asked them finally to tone down on the propaganda. The list that the Minister for Finance brought, now people on social media are drawing his attention to the fact that that is not the price of Yaz sanitary pad. What he came to list here, people are drawing his attention to it. The minister came here and claimed that there was no gold for oil program. The Bank of Ghana itself concedes that there was a gold for, in fact, if there was no gold for oil program, why did you make the announcement that you have cancelled the gold for oil program? That propaganda, stop it. For example, your road projects that you have listed, a good chunk of them are a repackage of already existent road programs. You don't need that propaganda to try and create effect.
Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying that we will commend you where commendation is due, but we will also give you critique in good faith. If you take it and you adjust, it will help all of us. The propaganda is too much. For now, because you listened, your fiscal program, you are beginning to adjust it, but it's not sustainable. If you adopt the advice that we are giving you, the Republic will be the better for it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
It's now the turn of Honorable Muntala Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the mid-year budget as presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, government is continuum. And I agree with my very good friend, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, admonishing us to continue with some of the things he claimed they did. I don't think that if you are really a patriot and a Democrat, there's nothing wrong with even continuing with things that the previous administration did. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, he failed to acknowledge that at least we didn't continue with the corruption. We didn't. And I thought he would have commended this government for not continuing with the outright corruption that indeed affected the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we can stand here and speak the big English. We can stand here and use all the economic jargons. That is not of interest to the man who is struggling to look for job opportunities. That is not of interest to my grandmother who sells cocoa in the village. That is not an interest to the woman who sells kelewele in Kojo upon Krume's constituency. What is of interest to the ordinary Ghanaian is how they feel. And as a young student leader, I remember in 1996, in fact in 2000, President Kufuor, then candidate Kufuor, he said, pardon me my wobbling Twi language. At least 2 years in KNUST, I'm trying to manage. That is of interest to the people of this country. The people of this country are well aware that the city has calmed down. And my brother was being pessimist, that what you should be thinking of is sustaining it. I want to ask a simple question. And this question may be regarded as a rhetorical question. Is it that he is uncomfortable that the city has actually arrested the fugitive of $1? We were told in this country that the dollar was arrested, locked at the police headquarters, and the keys was actually given to the IGP. In fact, the dollar was a fugitive. It is not fluke. It is not just by accident that we have been able to reduce and in fact arrested the fugitive dollar under their watch. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, he said that we are not spending. And I was shocked, without empathy to the life that was lost. He made reference to the fact that our security agencies could not detect that there was going to be some killing. Unfortunately, and I told him, I know him, my good friend. The difference is that with all the resources you had, you couldn't realize that Ahmed Swale, a journalist in this country, was going to be murdered in the most barbarous manner that he was murdered. The security agencies couldn't do so. And in fact, he's talking about the dollar, talking about gold. And I'm asking myself, whether we just discovered gold. If you are not being pretentious, and you are telling us that the NDC is continuing with some of the so-called good works, where were you? Didn't you have the good works? When you won the elections at the back of competence, that was what you told the people of this country. That you had the men, and with all these men, and with all the gold, you couldn't do what the NDC has done in less than a year. It is shocking, Mr. Speaker, that he's telling us that, oh, but for the challenges we encountered, let me remind my honorable friend, the Russia-Ukraine war is more profound and escalatory than it was. We were told that every problem we had in this country was as a result of the unfortunate incident. And he, Honorable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, was an active participant in the mess they created because he was a Minister of State. An active participant. He was not sitting on the fence. And I think that the least he could do was to tell this government, you are doing so well and we are praying. And I expect him to join me tomorrow. We can have some prayer before we come into the chamber. Let's pray that the city which is doing so well, and in fact, I engage people who are engaged in importing and export, and they're telling us that they are doing so well because of the value of the city. But to say that what we should be thinking of how we sustain it, I thought that he would command us for even achieving that and be praying that it should be sustained. And I can assure him that the sustainability is something that is real. It is not a fluke. It is very clear to everybody. And Mr. Speaker, food inflation was even the most disastrous challenge facing the people of this country. Fuel prices was. And I think that if we want to have an analysis and do some and juxtapose between what they promised the people of this country and what we inherited. It is very clear, like Fili, Ga Fili, Ga Dochi. It is very clear that the people of this country indeed were in excruciating, unacceptable economic circumstances, occasioned by not just incompetence, but gross, crass, and unacceptable incompetence. They subjected the people of this country. So when it comes to what we are achieving today, the ordinary man walking on the street, the people in my constituency in Tamale Central, and my honorable friend constituency, are not interested in those jargons. They are not interested in the most excellent grammar that we speak. They are interested in their livelihood. They are interested in the circumstances. Now, in this country, when we were introducing, what's the name? The Youth Employment Program, NAPCO, we warned you. We told you that it was not sustainable. It is very clear to everybody that the reason why we had a huge unemployment rate in this country, particularly youth unemployment, was because that particular policy intervention was nothing but a policy intervention that was emotionally driven. The NYEP started under President Kufuor and the NPP. Then you had President Nanado. The least he could do was to continue with the NYEP and try to find solutions to some of the teething challenges. He never did that. He felt that he needed to have something that is completely different. So it was egoistic, and that is the reason why unemployment, which we inherited at 8.6% under your, we inherited under your watch around 17%. By the time, indeed, you left office, unemployment was what? NDC left it at 8.6%. You left youth unemployment at a level over 13%. Total at 14. Unemployment was huge. And he said that inflation was around 54% because of international challenges. What were they? They were Ukraine, Russia. And in fact, perhaps the death of the Queen was also one of the contributory factors, for which reason this country went through what we went through. So I just want to tell the people who are watching us that they have seen the difference. Even with the successes we have chalked, the NDC hasn't gone to town parading and telling people what we have done. We allow our work to speak by itself. We allow the interventions we have made to demonstrate, and the people of this country feel it in their pockets. If it was you people, you would have gone to town wanting everybody to hear. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by just a proverb. And that proverb, in fact, I want to conclude with this proverb.
We have more time.
Oh, I have a lot of time, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Mr. Speaker, there is a popular proverb. And that proverb is very simple. And I expect my brother Habib to know. And apologies to those who may be taking their meals. That when you sleep with an itching anus, you wake up with smelling fingers. The reason why they are finding it extremely difficult to defend their record is because of what they have occasioned. And he, my good friend, Honorable Kojo Apon Nkrumah, was an active participant in the mess that was created, a mess which we are still trying to clean. And in fact, what we are doing now, we have not even applied the second year. It is just the first year. And the first year is intended to clean the mess that was created. By the time we finish and we get to the second year and the third year, the people of this country will say, our good friends in MPP, bye-bye you. But let me also state, Mr. Speaker, in terms of governance, if you read the 2017 financial statement, and I urge my brother and others to go and read that financial statement, every single paragraph in that statement, they talked about corruption and how they were going to fight corruption. By the time we had the mid-year budget for 2017, they started removing the word corruption from the financial statement. By the time we had the 2020 budget statement, the word corruption was mentioned only once. Because instead of fighting corruption, they were fighting anybody who was fighting corruption. And that is the reason. Everything we do in this country, what is significant is our ability to fight corruption. And for the purposes of those who do not know, at any point in time, there is a change in this government, either through the ballot or through the bullet in our history. Corruption has always been used as a justification for that changes we have experienced in this country. And therefore, corruption plays a significant role. They won the elections in 2017 at the back of corruption. And in fact, what they did were not even propaganda, outright lies. They said President Mahama and his wife, they had hotels in Dubai, all manner of things. And their communicators went to town with it. Not a scintilla of evidence were they able to provide. But everybody in this country, if you mention the NPP, even 2-year-old child would associate it with what? Corruption. If you mention the NPP to anybody who is not even in this country, they would associate it with what? With corruption. To the extent that you have communicators of the New Patriotic Party who indeed have all gone on radio, and there are evidences that one of the reasons why they are struggling was because there was unacceptable level of corruption in the administration of the NPP. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that whatever good thing we do, whatever policy intervention we have had, what is significant in determining the success of that particular policy intervention is our ability to fight this monster called corruption. But the difference between the NDC and the MPP is very clear. The difference between President Mahama and President Nanado is very clear. The difference is very clear. Whereas President Mahama did everything in fighting corruption and still fighting it, as a matter of fact, unfortunately, what we have experienced under NPP is what we call, unfortunately, the Flagstaff House became a citadel for corruption. To the extent that
you are supposed to address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, to the extent that you have a leading member, one of the aspirants to lead your party said that people were taking bribes to have access to His Excellency, the President. These are not my words. These are the words of one of the leading members of your party, someone who wanted to be elected as a flag bearer and possibly hoping to be elected as the President of the Republic of Ghana. He said that for you to have access to the President, you needed to pay $20,000. Isn't that worrying? Isn't that shocking? And to be very honest, Honorable Mr. Speaker, the courage of our friends across the aisle is just tremendous. No one would even expect that they would have the audacity to even make a statement. Yet, with the mess that is created, with the mess that everybody agrees in this country that they created for the people of this country, they have the audacity to even tell us that we don't know how to govern. I wish you could borrow me a scintilla of your audacity, a scintilla of your courage, because it takes a courageous person to be able to talk about the governance of this country, considering what you guys have created. It takes someone with a level of courage to be able to debate on the issue of how we have managed the cedi against the dollar. It takes someone with the courage to be able to tell us that even fertilizer, which was meant for farmers and which was written on it not for sale, you sold those fertilizers to the farmers of this country. You sold them to the farmers of this country. Now, if you are telling us it's because of the gold board, it's because of the gold board that the economy is doing well, didn't you have gold under your administration? Didn't you have gold? As a matter of fact, at a time when you had leading members of your party who were telling you that there were some ministers who were not doing well, and those ministers should be booted out, you all cowed to submission. Today, you are talking about that. And to say, Mr. Speaker, the least said about patriotism, the better. And now my brother is telling us that, you see, we are patriots, and that is why we are supporting. That is why we have never been against any of such intervention. As a matter of fact, you have staged more work out in this parliament than your total number in parliament. You have staged more work out in this parliament than the total number of your representation. Patriotic citizens do not walk out. They argue with reason. Patriotic citizens do not just hold press conferences. In fact, I am told that your other name is press conferences. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the NDC under President Mahama and the Minister for Finance and his able deputy have showed our friends.
Time is up. I'll give the floor to Gideon Boaku. Deputy Ranking, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the discussions on the mid-year review budget as presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, just like all other previous mid-year review budgets, this budget does not seek for new approvals for appropriation. And so I get a sense that the prevailing headwinds in the global and domestic economy have been very charitable to government, and therefore the minister is not seeking to alter the macro-fiscal targets that were set in the March budget. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, it is important that since this is a House of Records, every information that is put out is checked. And I'm going to do so to the presentation that the Finance Minister made. But before then, I want to speak to something that the Speaker who just spoke talked about. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether it is a natural occurrence or some blood plasma moving through the veins of my colleagues on the other side to do propaganda with everything. You talked about the fact that the unemployment rate has increased under the period of the NPP to somewhere around 14%, and I'm wondering where he got those figures from. Mr. Speaker, I have data with me from Statista and Fitch Solutions, and they put the overall unemployment rate for 2024 at 4%, the youth unemployment rate aged between 15 to 24 at 5.41%. In 2016, this figure was 5.23%, a reduction. So, Mr. Speaker, it's surprising that our colleagues will be talking about data that cannot be found anywhere. The propaganda is too much, and it is important that we desist from that. Mr. Speaker, listening to the Finance Minister, I got a bit worried. Worried in the sense that the Finance Minister should be clothed with accurate data and should not come to this House to mislead us and mislead the public. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister in this document indicated that this government had recorded primary surplus, and that is the first time that Ghana had recorded that. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, that is not true. In fact, in 2017, 2018, and 2019, Ghana recorded primary surplus in this country. So it cannot be true that the Finance Minister will say that what has been recorded this year is the first one. In fact, the surplus that was recorded in 2017 was the first time Ghana was recording such surplus in 15 years. So if there's anything to talk about record, it is the record in 2017, 2018, 2019. As far as our primary surplus is concerned, that was an unprecedented record. Mr. Speaker, again, the minister claims in paragraph 183 of this document that for the first time in the history of Ghana, Ghana recorded a negative 15.6 rate of debt accumulation, and said that they have been able to reduce the public debt by 103.7 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, whilst this is true, it cannot be true that this is the first time that Ghana is recording a negative debt accumulation. Mr. Speaker, let me put the data very close to their doorstep. In 2022, between November and December 2022, Ghana's debt stock reduced from 382.7 billion to 240.9 billion, a reduction of 141 billion cedis under the previous NPP government. So it cannot be true that this is the first time Ghana is having negative debt accumulation. In fact, the December figure 2022 was 37% negative debt accumulation. So it is important the minister gets the facts right. Mr. Speaker, I will advise that the minister show some level of humility when he's presenting to this House and not go around banding figures around. The minister in paragraph 184 of this budget also talks about a debt to GDP ratio reduction. And I know, Mr. Speaker, on account of the rebasing. This will go down. But what the minister said, that this reduction is unprecedented and is coming on the back of any ingenuity by this government, cannot be true. Rather, it is important that the minister recognizes the role that was played by the previous government and give credit what it is due. What accounts for the debt reduction? One, Mr. Speaker, is the debt relief under the debt restructuring program instituted by the previous government. And the former finance minister talked about the billions of cedis that were relieved. And recently, we got 87.7 million euros debt relief from France. Again, Mr. Speaker, the reduction is coming on the back of the appreciation of the cedi, which is due to the strong external reserves built over the years by the previous government. And this gave the government the room to inject dollars into the economy, even though they deny. The IMF has exposed them that they injected about $1.5 billion into the economy. Mr. Speaker, again, the GDP expansion under the previous government, which raised the denominator and helped ease the debt ratio, is what is accounting for the reduction in the debt. And then we have seen higher GDP growth of 4.9% in quarter 1, 2024 to 5.3% in quarter 1, 2025. Mr. Speaker, when all of these happen, you are naturally able to have reduction in your debt, not necessarily because you have instituted any program that is doing that. Mr. Speaker, again, the claim by the finance minister that the government has been able to reverse the cedi depreciation to the 2022 level is also false. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister claims in his presentation that the cedi to the dollar rate was 17 cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a lie, and this can never be true. There has never been any, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, withdraw the word
without
lie.
Respect, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker,
Withdraw.
This is false. Yes, I do. Mr. Speaker, this is false. There has never been any period in this country during the 8 years of the MPP government where the Bank of Ghana recorded cedi to dollar rate of 17. And I'm surprised that the finance minister will lower himself to that level and present that figure to us. Mr. Speaker, what was left to this government in January was 14.7%. And Mr. Speaker, to use the finance minister's own data to refute what he has said, he says that as at the end of June 2025, the cedi appreciation was 42.6%. Mr. Speaker, if indeed they inherited a cedi to dollar rate of 17%, the appreciation would have been more than 42%. In fact, it would have been somewhere 60%. So technically, that is not true. The math doesn't add up. Statistically, it doesn't add up. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate stability is crucial to the economy, and it is important that we record exchange rate appreciation. But, Mr. Speaker, I must say that there are two fundamental features about any currency. And these two fundamental features about any currency are the rate of exchange of the currency with respect to other trading partners, as well as the purchasing power of the currency. Mr. Speaker, the true value of a currency does not lie in its rate of exchange, but the purchasing power of that currency. Yes, we have stability, but what is the purchasing power of the cedi today? Mr. Speaker, cement prices were in January 2025, 90 cedis. As at April, that was 130 cedis. Mr. Speaker, Sure deodorant in January cost 35 cedis. Today, it is 45 cedis. Mr. Speaker, standard loaf of bread was 18 cedis in January. Today, it is 23 cedis. Mr. Speaker, bottled water
Honorable member, conclude.
Was 28 cedis in January.
Conclude.
Today, it is 36 cedis. So, Mr. Speaker, I am talking about the purchasing power of the cedi today. What is the purchasing power of the cedi today? Today, the cedi cannot do anything meaningful on the market. On top of that, we have increased prices for the average Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I rest my case here. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've done 4-4. So we want to go to order paper addendum 2 to lay some papers. After that, the two debaters will come and conclude the debate. So order paper addendum 2.
Very well. Honourable members, order paper addendum 2. At commencement of public business, item 1, presentation of papers. Chairman of the committee responsible for gender, children, and social protection. Item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum, I and II.
Report of the Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare on the determination of the urgency of the Social Protection Bill 2025. Report of the Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare on the Social Protection Bill 2025.
Honourable members, these reports are duly presented and they are for the distribution to honourable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we'll go back to the original order paper and continue with the debate. So we now have 2-2 from each side.
Very well. It's now the turn of Honourable Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Thank you very much.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your generous allocation of time. Mr. Speaker, I know that our colleagues on the other side are always rankled when we recall the abysmal depths from which we have pulled this economy. Mr. Speaker, I would even have thought that this would be a monologue and not a debate. It is for two reasons. The first is that they fled the budget presentation. So I wonder exactly what they are debating. And then, Mr. Speaker, given their abysmal performance, 38%. They should have refrained from further commentary on the Ghanaian economy. So this should really have been a monologue. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why economic performance is measured by objective indicators, which are not subject to opinion. Mr. Speaker, there can be no honest assessment of the Ghanaian economy today that can lead to a conclusion that things are not far better today than they were at the beginning of this year when we took over the reins of power. Say that again. Mr. Speaker, the budget that the mid-year policy review that the finance minister presented is the very best we have had in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I used to hold the view that the economic performance of the Mills administration was the best we have seen in this country's history, until the finance minister showed up to present the mid-year budget policy review. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will run through a few of the metrics that are used to assess the health of an economy and show beyond doubt that the period we are in is the very best we've seen. Mr. Speaker, we are currently under an IMF program, courtesy the mismanagement of our colleagues on the other side. When they went into the IMF program, they agreed that the most critical indicator that will be used to assess their performance and management of the economy will be the primary balance. They themselves agreed that it is the main anchor of the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance is nothing more than a measure of the difference between revenue and expenditure minus interest payments or debt servicing. It simply means that if you had not serviced your debt, which can be a statutory obligation, where would you be in terms of the management of your finances with respect to your revenue and expenditure? Mr. Speaker, when we took over power, the primary balance on commitment basis was at negative 3.9%, which was a deficit. It means that if you subtract expenditure from revenue and take out debt servicing or interest payments, we ran a negative of 3.9%. Mr. Speaker, when the finance minister came here, he said that this year, or by half year, we had projected to achieve a primary surplus of 0.4%. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister reported that we have in fact exceeded that and done a primary surplus of 1.1%. It simply means that we spent less than we earned. And every analyst of any economy will tell you that if it turns out that the country spends less than it earns, then they are on the right path as far as prudence is concerned. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the fiscal deficit itself, which is a straightforward measure of expenditure minus revenue, it was 0.7% by mid-year. Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that the finance minister projected in his 2025 budget that we will do 1.8%. And for clarity, the larger your deficit, the worse it is for the economy. And the smaller the deficit, the better it is for the economy. So if we said we will do a deficit of 1.8%, and today we've done 0.7%, it means that we have done far better than we even imagined. And that is to the credit of this government. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side are making a song and dance out of the exchange rates. I would have thought that they would refrain from even commenting on the exchange rates, because their handling of the exchange rates is the most catastrophic in our history. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who just spoke before me was contending that the cedi never got to 17 cedis against a dollar under the tenor. Mr. Speaker, in November 2022, the Ghana cedi exchanged for 17 cedis to a dollar, and it is a fact on the forex market. In fact, by the time they left office, the cedi was almost at 17 cedis to a dollar on the forex market. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has reported that the cedi appreciated by 42% against the US dollar. It appreciated by 30.3% against the British pound and appreciated by 25.6% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, the appreciation of the cedi in the last 6 months is the very best we've had in the history of Ghana. In fact, it is the only one that comes close was a 38% appreciation in 1997 under the Rawlings administration. Mr. Speaker, inflation. Inflation simply measures the rate at which the prices of goods increase on the markets. And because we do year-on-year inflation calculation in Ghana, it simply measures the rate at which the price of goods are increasing on the markets at the point one is doing the analysis against the same point in the preceding year. When we took over power, inflation was 23.8%. Mr. Speaker, today it is 13.7%. Mr. Speaker, growth. The finance minister said in his budget, or I beg your pardon, the MPP achieved a 4.9% growth around the same time last year. Mr. Speaker, today we have achieved 5.3% growth, which is much better than what they left. Mr. Speaker, our debt to GDP ratio, which simply assesses whether or not theoretically we can pay off our debt in one bullet payment with the size of our GDP, shows that today our debt to GDP ratio is 43.8% of GDP. It simply means that if we pick our debts and compare it to our GDP, we have an extra 56.2% to spare if we were to do one bullet payment with our GDP. But Mr. Speaker, the curious thing about this is that when our colleagues on the other side entered the IMF program, they agreed that we will move from the 104% debt to GDP ratio, the disaster that they recorded sometime in 2023, to 45% in 2034. 45% in 2034. So the target was that we were going to manage our debt such that by 2034, we achieve a debt to GDP ratio of 45%. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, 9 clear years before the target, we have achieved 43.8%. In 6 months, we have achieved what they had projected to get in almost a decade. It is a remarkable achievement that nobody can run away from. Mr. Speaker, I also see that our colleagues are refusing to acknowledge the tremendous improvements we've made in our reserves. Our reserves currently stand at $11.12 billion as of June 2025. That gives us 4.8 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, we inherited $8.9 billion under them, which gave us barely 4 months import cover. Now, Mr. Speaker, they say that, the IMF says we are pumping dollars into the system to safeguard our currency. Mr. Speaker, forget about the fact that there are similar IMF reports that show that they were spending $2.4 billion or they were pumping $2.4 billion around the same period in 2023-2024 in order to protect the currency. Yet, the currency reached about 16 cedis to $1 on the forex market. Mr. Speaker, what is remarkable is that under the IMF program that they entered and we inherited, the target was that within the first 6 months of this year, we will increase our reserves by $498 million. Mr. Speaker, through the remarkable performance of the finance minister under President John Dramani Mahama, we have exceeded this and in fact increased our reserves by $1.6 billion over the same period. What it means is that we have crossed the threshold that the IMF set for us. We have done far better than we thought. Indeed, we have performed 3 times better than we had imagined. Therefore, if it becomes necessary to make forex available on the markets, any responsible central bank will do so in order to protect the currency. Because we have all seen the benefits that have accrued from the appreciation of the cedi. It has led to indisputable reductions in the prices of goods and services on the market, contrary to the claims that our opponents are making. At the very least, Mr. Speaker, fuel prices have dropped 8 consecutive times between January and now. When we took over power, fuel was selling in some filling stations for 15 cedis a liter. Today, the same commodity sells under 12 cedis a liter in some filling stations. Mr. Speaker, if you go onto the market today and do a cursory price survey, you will see significant reductions in the price of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods at the beginning of this year under the MPP sold for 9,400 cedis. Today, the same thing sells for 7,500 cedis, which is a reduction of almost 2,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, Dettol antiseptic, 500 milliliters, used to sell for 85 cedis. Today, it sells for 65 cedis. Mr. Speaker, Yaz sanitary pad sells for 15 cedis today. When we took over power in January, it sold for 25 cedis. Indeed, there are shops that sell it for 13 cedis. Mr. Speaker, a bucket of onions was selling for 120 cedis under the MPP. As of July, this month, it sells for 95 cedis under President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, a sack of maize was selling for 1,600 Ghana cedis. Today, it sells for 1,400 cedis. Mr. Speaker, a sack of kokonte, one of the delicacies of many Ghanaians, used to sell for 1,200 cedis. Today, it sells for 950 cedis a sack. Mr. Speaker, a 5 kg bag of rice used to sell for 135 cedis. Today, it sells for 95 cedis, which is a saving of 40 cedis. Mr. Speaker, there are other sacks of rice. Millicent rice, for instance, 125 cedis under the MPP. Today, it sells for 95 cedis. Mr. Speaker, Tasty Tom tomato paste.
That's right.
That is 2.2 kilograms of it. Used to sell for 80 cedis. Today, it sells for 50 cedis, which is a reduction of 30 cedis. Right. I could go on and on and on and on. There is no dispute that the cost of living today is lower than it was under the MPP. And the reason is that we have managed the exchange rate such that these items that are mostly imported are now cheaper when they get into Ghana than they were under them. Mr. Speaker, there was also talk about what has accounted for the reduction in our public debts. Mr. Speaker, I recall that when we were in opposition and we took issue with the rapid accumulation of debts under the MPP, one of the reasons they ascribed was that there had been a sharp depreciation of the currency, the cedi, and therefore the external component of our debt had gone up, resulting in the increase. One of the key proponents of that was the Honorable Oponkroma, who was the chief spokesperson of government. If today the exchange rate has been managed better by the Honorable Atuforsen, the governor of the central bank, and President Mahama, and it has resulted in a drastic reduction in our debts, it is something that this government must be credited for. Yes. Mr. Speaker, they also say that there was a gold purchase program, and therefore that should be credited for the appreciation of the cedi. They accumulated gold from 2021 to 2024, and yet the currency went to 17 cedis. Mr. Speaker, between January and now, $5.1 billion
Member, your time is up. I will then give the floor to Honorable Kabirutia Mama. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance was expected to do a national service on behalf of the President, but rather, unfortunately, the Minister failed woefully in representing the President and representing the Republic in this very important assignment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but before I delve into the statement by the Minister, this House is a House of records, and it's not proper that when statements are made, and those statements are not statements of fact, they have to be fact-checked, and the proper facts will have to be put out there for posterity and for the dignity of this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker before me, churned out certain data, and they think that Ghanaians, as they say, we have short memory. Mr. Speaker, not all of us have short memories, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they talk and claim same and taught their achievement on the performance of the macro-physical. Mr. Speaker, I'll refer them to history because they are so fixated in the history and they are not interested in a country moving forward. I'll refer them to the history, Mr. Speaker. On the external sector, Mr. Speaker, in 2014, they did a negative trade balance of 3.8 billion. In 2014, they did a negative trade balance of 1.3 billion. In 2015, they did a negative trade balance of 3.1 billion. In 2016, they did a negative trade balance of 1.7 billion. 4 consecutive years of negative trade deficit. Today, 1 year, just in 6 months, they want us to forget about all these years of hardship. But, Mr. Speaker, let me again refresh them that when we took over in 2017, we did a positive trade balance of 1.1 billion. In 2008, we did a positive of 1.8 billion. In 2019, 2.2 billion, 2020, 2 billion, and 2001, 1.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, 5 consecutive years of trade surplus. Now they want us to forget about this data because they are just doing some positive macro indicators in the 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I will come to that. The Speaker also mentioned about inflation and said that we have done so bad in inflation. Mr. Speaker, when we want to measure the strength of the economy, whether managers of economies are doing well or they are doing bad, what you need to do, Mr. Speaker, is to find out what is the trajectory of the movement of the macro-physicals. This government did not succeed. This government did not succeed on the back of worsening macroeconomic fiscals. Mr. Speaker, every single indicator, inflation, exchange rate, trade surplus, current accounts, primary balance, were all moving in the positive direction when they inherited the government. Yet still, all of them, every single one of them, if you benchmark them against the 2023 performance, all of them had improved in 2024. Yet they come to this chamber and present a picture as if things were deteriorating and that they were the Holy Grail. They were the messiahs sent into this country to save us. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be true. That cannot be the facts. And this House will have to correct the record. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance did something so disingenuous, and I want to draw the attention of the House to it. On external performance, this was what he did. On page 23 of his statement, he stated that international gross reserve reached 11 billion by June 2015. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, gross international reserve reached 11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.0 months of import cover from 8.98 billion in December. That is correct, Mr. Speaker. But come to 131. He said, trade surplus increased from 1.37 billion in June 2024. He didn't reference December. Why didn't he reference December? There's a reason. Because he wants to hide the 1.3 billion recorded in December before we hand it over. And then he goes to report $283 million as surplus. That is ingenuity of a minister who has learned the craft of propaganda to deceive the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, again, I will go ahead to report. Net capital inflows was 937.5 billion in June, again, but he's failing to report the figure that he inherited in December 2024. This is the dishonesty of the minister we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed.
Honourable member, kindly withdraw the word dishonesty.
Mr. Speaker, that is misleading of the minister. That is misleading of the minister in place of dishonesty, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, kindly withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. And I said that the Minister's Act is misleading the House. And that for the House of Record, we must not entertain a minister coming to mislead this House with records. Mr. Speaker, we have believer, and the government and the minister again try in this chamber to explain that they are spending. Mr. Speaker, if they want to know whether they are spending or not, they should compare this budget, the mid-year budget, with the 2017 mid-year. That is the only way they can understand the point that they are not spending. Mr. Speaker, in mid-year budget 2017, we programmed to spend an amount of 27 billion. We spent 23 billion. That is a difference. That is a difference of 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, their total expenditure program was 128 billion for half year. They spent only 84 billion, Mr. Speaker. 84. That is, they are doing short of about 40 billion in total expenditure. And when we say they are not spending, they are trying so hard to explain that they are spending. How can you be spending when even your own program expenditure, you are failing that by some 40 billion? Mr. Speaker, that is not expenditure. Mr. Speaker, again, they are complaining of doomsaw, but go to look at arrears payment in energy sector. Mr. Speaker, some 2 billion of under expenditure in the energy sector has been recorded. No wonder the Minister of Energy will come to this house crying. No wonder they will, in the middle of the night, they will increase ESLA. No wonder ESLA has been reviewed 2 times before half year. Mr. Speaker, this is what we are talking about. And they come to say that, oh, we are doing so well. Your revenue is not performing. You are doing so well. Yet, when we put this before the House, you say we shouldn't talk and that things were bad. Mr. Speaker, the temerity, the audacity of the other people on the other side to even ask them not to speak is so loud. Mr. Speaker, I'll go to talk about arrears. Mr. Speaker, they told us that they are budgeting some 13 billion for arrears. Mr. Speaker, when they were reporting how much they have spent on arrears, it's some 4.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, 13 billion, they have spent only 4.8 billion. Now, We inherited arrears even in your regime, but we paid. I can give you the records for that. Every single government, we inherited arrears of over 5 billion in 2017. We paid. So don't make it look as if there is only this year that there are arrears to be paid. It is your responsibility to pay those arrears and not to be given excuses, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude with these things. In the first place, the minister comes to condemn the IMF program, yet they are enjoying the fruits of the IMF program. That is dishonest. That is misleading, Mr. Speaker. That is misleading, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the word dishonest be expunged from the record if the honourable member will not take a cue.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable minister comes to tell us that gold purchase program had caused the ministry or the Bank of Ghana so much pain, so much loss in revenue, so much losses. Yet he says that there was no gold purchase program, there was no gold for oil program. That is misleading. Mr. Speaker, the minister comes to this chamber to say that there's unemployment, yet he has supervised of a massive termination of employment. That is misleading. Mr. Speaker, he comes to tell us that IMF program, domestic debt exchange program, was a painful thing we visited on the Ghanaian people. Yet the minister is cheerfully laughing and happy that we have brought debt to GDP ratio to 46%. That is misleading. Because you cannot blame a government on one hand for causing troubles and on the other hand enjoying the fruits and laughing cheerfully and asking us to praise you for same. That is misleading and we shouldn't accept that in this house. Mr. Speaker, lastly, he comes to this house to say that, well, we should take solace in the fact that the city has been stabilized and that they have done so well in stabilizing the city. But he failed to tell the good people of Ghana that the reserves that we built, which they have reported as 8 months of import cover, he has failed to tell this house that even the gold purchase program under the Precious Mineral Marketing Company, he has failed to tell this government that the IMF loan that came in to support the city were all part of the measures we put in place to stabilize the city. So the minister cannot be telling us that.
It's now the turn of Honorable Joseph Kuma. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this honourable House approve the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I am forced to say, if people are referring us to 2014-2015, I am sad that they are misleading economic students in this country. Why am I saying so? In this very economy, before the NDC left power, World Bank then, as at 2014, projected an 8% increase in economic growth. And when my friends on the other side threw dust to Ghanaians and won power, they came and said that within that very year, they made economy to grow by 8%. This year, when we took over from them last year, and we are now talking of better management of the economy, they will tell you that it is their policies that have brought about the economic management. What a double standard. Mr. Speaker, in only 202 days today, as we are talking, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has not only fulfilled his campaign promises, but has reignited the passion, the love for the educational sector across everywhere. What is happening is that free senior high people, for the first time, are seeing jollof that is reddish instead of whitish. The free senior high people, for the first time, are taking meals with eggs, meat, sardine. I will prove to you with figures. Mr. Speaker, For the first time in 8 years, Mr. Speaker, let me tell my friends on the other side that government is not owing any capitation grant. Government has paid the whole 3 years capitation grant that is owned by them. Oh, my brothers and sisters, if you don't look at all these things, you still want to challenge His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's government? If you happen to be my father, you didn't manage the house well. You made us to owe road sector not less than 120 billion. In many of the sectors, you made us to owe, to the extent that even perishables in senior high schools were owed. The moment the government left power, heads of assistant senior high schools wrote a long letter to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that perishables, maggi, common salt, common pepper, the government owed them. And so they were appealing to His Excellency that if we didn't pay those things, then students who were coming, their parents to supply gari for them to come. His Excellency said, no, this cannot happen under my presidency. All the rice in buffer stocks, any rice, any food in any corner, push them to the senior high schools. And that was when the people started eating seeing jollof with sardine. And the students jumped all over and thanked His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And up to date, senior high schools are benefiting from the best feed ever. Mr. Speaker, if people are making us to know that the government is exaggerating, we are not spending, I am proving them wrong. I am proving you wrong in the sense that we have uncapped GET fund. And for uncapping GET fund, the previous years when you capped GET fund, 4.8 billion that was accrued, only 1.8 could be released to the educational sector. When you cap GET fund, 4.8 billion that came in, only 1.8 was available for educational sector GET fund. As we are talking to you, the better government, the gentle giant, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has made GET fund to accrue 4.6 billion. And my brothers, it is released to GET fund fully without any person passing anywhere. Mr. Speaker, to continue, 1 billion has been released to the free senior high. And Mr. Speaker, this 1 billion is minus practicals fees that has just been released to pay for the worship practicals. This 1 billion is minus the money that has been released in addition to WAIC for practicals. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we were in this country not quite long when WAIC was crying on the roofs all over that even marking money for them to pay markers of exams was a problem. Their machines, to service their machines was a problem. Whilst WAIC was owing internally, externally, they were owing at the same time under Nana Akufo-Addo's regime. Mr. Speaker, additionally, 72.8 million for capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, 72.8 million for capitation grant has been paid. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, the success story about this that has been paid is that EduWatch Ghana has come out with a research on it and has indicated that whilst the whole 8 years of the former administration, the payment was 59%, just 59%, because of delays in release of capitation grant. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, releasing of this 7.2 billion indicates 100% release. What it means to basic education is that learning activities are going to be boosted. Let me indicate on this floor that heads of schools, heads of primary basic education, please let the fund do what its purpose. Let the fund do the right thing that it has been set up for. Please, as a committee of education, we will be coming on monitoring. We don't want to come around and see broken chairs, windows still happening in basic schools. Please invest the money the right way. Mr. Speaker, who said His Excellency John Dramani Mahamat's government is not spending? We are spending 122.8 million for BEC registration has also been paid. It has also been what? Paid. Who said the government is not spending? For you to be able to help your nation, manpower development is very important. And that is exactly what this government is doing. We are not joking. 300 million to the no fees stress policy has been paid. 300 million poly has been paid. Those who are left are yet to receive the money. And that is what this government is doing. So if anybody on this floor should do any propaganda that the government is not spending, no, it is not right. Mr. Speaker, 191.7 million as teacher training allowances, 62.6 million as nursing training allowances. I can't conclude without mentioning them. Mr. Speaker, students of economics, Ghanaians are listening to us as we debate. We are giving you the figures. We are giving you the figures. They are here. Go to your budget. Go to your budget. Paragraph 493. Paragraph 493. Mr. Speaker, after the budget, after the budgeted 499.8 million, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. To no fee stress student, we have.
Honourable Member, your time is up. It's now the turn of Honourable Koko Asante. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians across the country were glued to their radios and televisions, hoping that this year's media review would finally speak to the real burdens that they wake up to every single day. Soaring utility bills, rising cost of living, the increase and introduction of new taxes, but to their utter dismay, the Honourable Minister tiptoed around these pressing concerns as if they don't exist. There is no plan, Mr. Speaker, in this mid-year budget review to cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. Ghanaians were looking for bold action. What they got was silence, wrapped in spin. Spin. Mr. Speaker, this is a government so insensitive that during the 1st of July, which was a Republic Day, they introduced taxes, new taxes, which is a cruel irony, commemorating freedom by taxing the people into poverty. We were told that this government understood the economy, understood what Ghanaians were going through. However, they don't understand the suffering of Ghanaians, because the government pledged that they were not going to have any new taxes, yet here we are, a combined 21% tax slapped on non-life insurance, increasing the cost of protecting homes and businesses at a time when citizens are barely surviving. Electricity tariffs shot up 14% in May, and then 2 months later, another 2.25% increase, like 16%. The cost of locally manufactured plastic products, which the local entrepreneurs use, which is like water sachet, those selling wache, the pure water, food packaging, and other household necessities have increased by 7%. 7%. Mr. Speaker, how does this help the ordinary Ghanaian? How does this support local businesses like Cocoa Boutique, who sells cocoa in Kwabing? How is it going to help her? Mr. Speaker, the NDC, when they were in opposition, said they would reduce taxes and ease burdens. But what we're seeing, actually, is economic betrayal dressed up as economic policy. Economic betrayal dressed up as economic policy. Mr. Speaker, the NDC, the government promised a women's development bank, okay, as a flagship intervention to support our women. All the women, including women in my constituency, Adabomosu, the traders in Kwabing, the market women in Batsu, they all welcomed and were looking forward to this women's bank. But Mr. Speaker, what we heard was that only 51 million, a paltry 51 million Ghana cedis, was going to be used as seed money. Even that, we haven't heard of anything about this Women's Development Bank. Nothing was mentioned in this budget review for the Women's Bank. Yes, Mr. Speaker, to set up a bank in Ghana, you need a minimum of 400 million Ghana cedis as capital. Mr. Speaker, we were told that legal frameworks were being done, preparatory works were underway, but 6 months down the line, there is no bank, no legal structure, no implementation plan, not even a mention in the mid-year budget. Mr. Speaker, where is the Women's Bank? Where is the Women's Bank? Ana kilentua, eti mahama suntua, kilentua, eti mahama suntua na. This so-called Women's Bank has become a ghost, budgeted in hoop and buried in silence. The government inaction speaks louder than what they're doing. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the government is unable to deliver, or they just don't have the will. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Development Bank is Yamutu. Yamutu. Mr. Speaker, it is deeply alarming as well that the government has discontinued impactful programs like YouStart, like 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, 1D, 1F was aimed at decentralizing industrialization and creating rural jobs. They've removed that, and right now they haven't replaced with any viable program. Mr. Speaker, those programs were not just slogans. They were supposed to be providing jobs for the youth in rural towns like my town in Abomosu.
Honourable members, we have exhausted the list of debaters for today. We shall defer the debate to tomorrow. We shall continue it. Now we turn to other paper addendum. Item number 3.
Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot. We are exhausted. And Mr. Speaker, look at the chamber. So we are in your hands for adjournment. Mr. Speaker, I have related with my colleague. And then if we take adjournment, that business we have engaged, and we said tomorrow, that will be the first item we will take. Mr. Speaker, look at the chamber. And I don't want it to, today we have had a very fruitful engagement. I don't want us to end in a different note. So with respect, I have reached out to Honorable Achampong that we should do the business, and I've engaged the minister too, that we should do the business tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, we did talk to each other about it, but I was still pleading with him to allow us take the report so that we continue tomorrow, looking at the time. Just take the report. 1-1, so that only the report, so that we'll do the consideration tomorrow. No, I'm just pleading with you.
Mr. Speaker, I know you always guide us. Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot today. And things that we agree at conclave, we've been able to go through. So with respect, I'm just appealing to my colleague, Honorable Champon, the second Deputy Majority Whip, and the Minister responsible for gender, children and social protection, that your business will be prioritized so that we can do it tomorrow. I don't want us to end in a different note. So I beg you, with respect, let's do it tomorrow.
But Mr. Speaker, if my colleague will give us the assurance, because tomorrow the minister will be engaged somewhere and it will be difficult to get the minister to be with us. And I don't want a situation whereby we'll come to the item and we'll raise the issue that the minister is not here. So if only you give him that assurance.
Mr. Speaker, no problem. Tomorrow we can do it. And if you even observe very well, we only need the minister for the third reading and nothing more. Everything that we are doing.
Honourable Member, we need the minister for second reading.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a problem. If the minister will be, wouldn't be available, that shouldn't be a problem. We've done that with several ministers not being here. So we had that arrangement and our engagement already. But the minister still says that she will be here. That's what she tells me. She told me she will be here.
Don't do anything.
But Honorable Habib, this
Yes.
back and forth, if we allow ourselves to take the report, we must have been free taking the report. Yeah. That too much talking is not good for our health.
Jethro?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we are taking adjournment until 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Honourable members, what's the pleasure of the House?
Mr. Speaker, I'm still pleading with my colleagues for us to take the report. Just 5 minutes so that we're out of this place. Honorable Habib, you know, there's a limit for endurance.
Mr. Speaker, the pleasure of the House is that, Mr. Speaker, let's take adjournment. Mr. Speaker, if you want to take the report of which the House needs to take a decision, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go that direction. We cannot satisfy the constitutional requirement under Article 104. And we cannot satisfy the decision of the Supreme Court.
This House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 29 July 2025 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.